Look, have away. I'm gonna disappear for you. You'll never see me again. Please, don't die. I never do nothing to nobody.
No, you never do nothing.
Every dog has his day.
Number one in this motherfucker, strategy member. Welcome back, United Tomb. How you doing? How you doing? How you doing? We are listening to the ZVVPO23X Night Wolf mixtape called Every Dog Has His Day. Welcome to the motherfucking News Underground. I am Abandoned Nihilism, aka the hardest motherfucker on Twitch. If you're looking for real news, you found it. All you had to do was dig all the way to the bottom. Here I am, slithering, crawling like some slimy fucking bug.
Got a bag for a barrel.
But here I am.
You got fits. You need a
I'm
bra.
Abandoned Nihilism.
They got hair on them. Got a liver. Got spots on it and you're eating this fucking shit. You're looking like these rich
Unplanned
fucking
3-hour
mums
nap?
can't never give up.
Boy, am I jealous. You know, they weren't kidding. They weren't kidding about having a kid and it being exhausting. Then on top of that, he's blind, so his development is slower. So everything has been slower. Everything has taken 3, 5, 10 times as long. So, an unplanned 3-hour nap? Oh my God. Sounds amazing. Where's my, do I have it? Oh, I don't have it. Need to put my heaven sound effect back in there. Hey, congratulations, Knighted Tomb. 18. Daughter's turning 18. Oh. You did it, man. Congratulations. You did it. That's a big that's a big deal if you're a parent. You did it. You kept him alive 18 years. Now you can kick him out of the nest and no one will feel bad if they fail. They won't blame you. No, they'll blame you anyway, right? Yeah. Kept her alive and out of jail. All right, folks. I have so much to cover. It's, you know, it's unbelievable. The amount of news, the amount of things that happened in 7 days, you know. I've been doing a lot of stuff IRL. I've also been sick for months now because of my kid going to daycare. It's just been one flu, cold, sore throat, stomach ache, nausea. You know, it's usually just being super tired, you know. One after the other, after the other, after the other. Swear to God, it is not. It's been a non-stop cavalcade of fucking diseases. And, you know, all I can do is think about, you know, all those politicians, the right wing and the left wing. Oh, we got to get the kids back in school, kids back in school, kids back in school. And it's like, no, It's the number one way to spread a disease. It's the number one way to spread a disease. I've never been more sick in my life since I've taken my kid to daycare. And it's just like a class of like 5, 6 kids. You know, it's not like a fucking 100, you know. Just throw them into a ball pit like in The Simpsons. So the reason why I brought that up is because I want to cover more news. I want to do more streaming, but I barely have time for my projects. And then by that time, I'm so exhausted most of the days lately. I know you work hard as a parent, but I wish you the best. I know you have to be a difficult situation. Yeah, no, it is. I love them, you know, but it's tough. You know, especially when you see other kids at the same age. That's where it really starts to hit. It's like, oh, they do that? I didn't know that. My kid does a completely different thing. He's on a totally different path. I don't think I've ever seen that explained, you know, that, you know, because, you know, blind people, you know, they're just like regular folks. They just can't see, right? But I've never had it explained to me that blind, you know, children who are blind at birth have, you know, developmental delays. It takes a lot longer for them to do and learn, and you know, you have to teach your kid in a completely different way. Anyway, I digress. News time. So I got a lot of news for you. Most of it's bad, so I wanted to start off with a good news segment, right? Some good news, right? Okay. So I tracked it down. This is the only piece of good news in the last 7 years. Here we go. Please enjoy. Hold on. We got to really sell this. Here we go. Good news.
Presenting the good news. A pleasant alternative for those who think the networks only present the negative side of the story. Here's the good news. This has been the good news.
All right, there we go, folks. Okay. Took a long time to track that down. Took a long time. All right, I had to dig into the archives. Okay, 7 years ago, that happened. Or this is all fake. So let's start with South Korea. I mean, where do you start? I mean, honestly, where do you fucking start, man? The whole world's on fire. And we're just about ready to throw some gasoline on it with Donald Trump. You know? Man. How many months into total full-blown chaos before Joe Rogan does a mea culpa, or at the very least goes, oh, I thought he was, you know, the first time Joe Rogan says something negative against Trump, how many months do you think it's going to take? I'm going to give it 6. Joe Rogan's going to go on autopilot. You see, he's rich, right? So a lot of the stuff isn't going to affect him. And he's also kind of on autopilot as well, because he's just going to go right back into the left is bad grift that he's been doing for the last 4 or 5 years. And it's not going to make any sense, but he's comfortable with it. You know, he's going to go after the wokesters, right? The wokesters. And it's not going to make any sense because he's in charge. His guys are in charge. Joe Rogan will kiss Trump's rear till the sun burns out. No. He's an independent thinker. No, there will be a segment on Joe Rogan. I'm going to say 6 months. He's going to give Trump 6 months But there will be a segment on Joe Rogan. I don't know, man. I thought he was going to do this. I thought he was going to promise this. I thought he was going to be anti-war. I thought he said the economy was going to be better. I don't know, dude. I mean, there's literally, it was the governor or something of Texas is talking about making THC even more illegal in Texas. You know, I mean, really clamping down on marijuana. It's where Joe Rogan lives. He loves to smoke weed. Depressing her with the news and requests daily and tell her it's at least one fluffy story, usually funny, cute story about an animal. That's my good news. Yeah, animals exist. Hell yeah. Trump hasn't fucked up animals yet. We'll see. Give him some time. I'm going on. She's going down with the ship. Defend him till Trump's either dead or no longer relevant. No. Because the problem's going to be so glaring. You know what I mean? It's going to be unavoidable. It's going to be the number one story, and Joe Rogan is going to have to talk about it. So I'm going to give it 6 months. It could be even sooner. I mean, the market, I am confident that the market is going to react to Trump before Trump even does anything. If he doesn't reassure the markets that he's not going to do these insane tariffs on day one, I'm going to do it. Day one, I'm going to destroy the economy. Watch this shit. It's going to be fucking crazy. Right? Milei was able to do that because he was depending on the strength of the dollar. What is Trump depending on? Strength of his brand? Nope. No. As soon as the dollar is in danger, it's going to be, whoa, hold on. We didn't want that. We wanted the good Brexit. It's going to be Kwasi Kwarteng all over again. You know, Kwasi Kwarteng gave the rich everything. Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng gave the rich everything that they wanted, and the markets immediately reacted with a whoops, I didn't Immediately, you give the oligarchs what they want. They're like, oh, that's actually going to be really bad because we're going to destroy the economy if you give us that much control over it. And what happened? The ideologically, Liz Truss, who still to this day, you look her dead in the eye and she's still, I was right. And they just didn't, blah, 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 blah. She won't admit she's wrong. Still believes all the same things. Hasn't changed the fucking tune at all. Right. And what did she do? She stepped down. Her paymaster said, okay, thanks, Liz, but no thanks. We're going to go with Rishi Sunak, who's going to keep the status quo going. So that's when the rubber hits the road with Trump. That's what's going to be interesting, right? He's got big talk about geopolitics. Putin's going to spit in his face. He's going to show him up for the fool that he is. And is Trump, who is, like I said before, the most ultimate dictator, the most powerful human being on planet Earth, unquestionably, is he going to use that power, or is he going to bitch out? I don't know. I really don't know, because he's kind of a bitch, right? He's a lot of tough talk. But when he's in the room with another bully, he turns into a little bitch boy. South Korea, pretty wild shit. Okay, let's get back to the news here. A lot of shit's happening across the globe. Syria, Georgia, Romania, Russia, Ukraine, Gaza, Israel, France, South Korea. So what happened in South Korea? Right-winger whose wife is getting caught up in a nasty little corruption scandal, attempted to implement out of the blue. I mean, out of the fucking blue, dog. Attempted a kind of a coup of sorts. He implemented martial law, said this is about stopping the left, who are gaining in popularity, but it's about stopping the left, who's aligned with the communist North Korea, and it's about stopping them. Got about 2-3 hours into it. got about, I mean, unanimous. You never see this, but every single member of the parliament voted against this. They weren't even allowed to go into the building to do this. They, you know, some of them were being stopped at the door. Some of them had to sneak in. There was some kind of an attempt. The whole thing, 6 hours. Okay. So yeah, the whole thing was, he made a statement several hours later, reversing it, just saying, I'm just doing this for the country. And really he did it seemingly purely for selfish political reasons, to save his wife and to save his political career. Pretty wild stuff.
We start in South Korea, where President Yoon Suk-yeol is now facing growing calls to resign after his short-lived declaration of martial law. In the last few minutes, opposition parties say they have begun impeachment proceedings against President Yoon, which could be voted on in the next 48 hours. Meanwhile, the head of the country's biggest labor union has called a nationwide strike. There have been mass demonstrations outside the main parliament building in Seoul. The crisis has alarmed many around the world. Both the US and UK say they're relieved the president reversed his...
And what was the main factor in stopping this? The people. It was the people. It was the people. Okay? It's the final bulwark of any democracy. Okay, once the fuckery is done, as I said before, once the rubber hits the road, what is it? It's protest, nonviolent, direct political action. It's people getting in the fucking streets. Oh, I don't want to hear it. I don't want to hear it. I want to play Overwatch all day and masturbate. Okay, well, then you're going to get what you deserve, dog. Right? Because there's motivated, sociopathic freakazoids. Okay. I'm just going to show an unrelated image. There are sociopathic freakazoids who are very motivated, who are not sitting around jerking off all day, who are changing our government while enriching themselves. Unrelated image. Just completely unrelated image. They controlled the parliament, the military, the K-pop industry. What? Not K-pop. Not the most boring music genre since country music, modern country music. Give me some of that outlaw country, baby. Woo! But modern country music, I wear red lipstick and I wear sundress and I can't wait to meet my boyfriend at the pond and drink a beer. I've been listening to it. There's a country radio station in Canada that I listen to. And it's banal. It's you know, it's like the same themes over and you know, and it's so funny to hear some of these people criticize rap. Oh, it's all about bling and bitches. Oh yeah. Meanwhile, it's the same archetypes. I like to drive a truck. I literally am just feeding you archetypes. All right, anyway. Country music is terrible.
Decision, but are deeply concerned about what is going to happen next in South Korea.
No, well, so that's interesting. What's happening in country music is that artists who are not generally associated with the country are doing more interesting things than people that are, you know, well within that country ecosphere. So that's kind of an interesting thing. That Post Malone, and I hear the Beyonce one was not so good. Who's that? Nas X, right? Nas X over here having a great country banger, right? So it's kind of interesting that there's artists outside of that country sphere that are actually doing more interesting things than the genre itself.
Well, let's go live to the capital, Seoul, now, where my colleague Steve Lai is outside the South Korean parliament.
Exactly, strategy.
Steve, we're hearing that 6 opposition parties now have begun the impeachment process. Your detail on the latest, please.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, that's right. This is something that we've been waiting for and looking out for here in Seoul. I'm standing outside the National Assembly. You can hear large rally, large crowd behind me.
That's a real
as
country
different speakers
song,
are sort of taking to the mic to
Denver.
rail against the president and
Close
the actions
enough.
that we've seen with him bringing in martial law over the last 24 hours. You mentioned the impeachment process. Yes, that's our understanding too, that it has begun.
Good.
That opposition party members have pushed forward.
You see, this is how an active democracy, of people who actually care about their democracy, this is how you react to a tyranny. So when Joe Biden appointed Merrick Garland to go after Trump, to persecute him for his crimes, for attempted treason, and then a couple months in saw that he was going to do nothing and a bunch of excuses from Joe Biden, that's when we should have done this. That's when we should have gotten in the streets and demanded that justice be done. But we don't. A lot of us acquiesce to neoliberalism. It's comfortable. It's warm. It's familiar. And goddamn, it's brought us right here. It's brought us right to this moment. And I have evidence that they have learned nothing. Of course, once again, stop trying to, convince yourself that you can vote these people, hard enough into doing what you want. Our only choice is to punish them politically, the neoliberal establishment. We're seeing AOC. They're going to crush her. They're going to do it. AOC is the right choice. AOC for leadership within the Democratic Party. AOC is the right choice. She should be setting the agenda. They're going to crush her. Hakeem Jeffries staying neutral. They're going to crush her.
The motion to begin. Now, there are 300 members of parliament in the National Assembly, and for a motion of impeachment to proceed, it needs the majority. So 151 members will need to support this motion.
Get some anime
but
cosplayers
just to give you
an
idea of the sequence of events, now that it has been put forward, the next step is for the Speaker, Woo Won-shik, to open a session, and the earliest for that to happen will now be tomorrow. Then there is a mandatory 24-hour period before it can go forward to a vote.
Oh, he's got the
And
guitar.
that vote is going to determine whether or not...
You gotta love that. Look at that. You see that guy with the guitar? I love that. He's got the guitar.
Before it can go forward.
I love that. I just, people, they're there. We're here. We're not leaving. This is happening. Okay. No status quo. No ching-ching until movement. This is how you make change. It's like when you tell a fat guy who's like trying some goofy diet, right? He's drinking some shakes, drinking some milkshakes, right? And you're like, look, the quickest way to lose weight is to eat a balanced diet and mild exercise at the very least. Mild to mid exercise. It's literally the quickest way. Can I spend $3,000 on some crazy machine that does all the work for me and doesn't actually do any of it? Doesn't actually produce any real results. And then I never use it. It's like, well, yeah, you could do that. I don't know what it is. I feel like I would need some kind of degree in human psychology, right, to even try to guess why are we like this? Why are we like this? So many of us are like this. Is it really the only way to motivate a human being is, for a lot of human beings at least, to poke them in the ass? You know what I mean? To have some kind of something happen in their life where that pushes them to get out in the streets to do this? Because honestly, if like 20%, 15% of the left started doing this on a regular basis, we'd have this shit locked down. I swear to God. A real effective political movement is not hundreds of millions of people marching on the Capitol, right? It doesn't need to be like that. It doesn't need to be like that.
to a vote.
I don't get it.
And that vote is going to determine whether or not the President Yoon Suk-yeol will be impeached. Just to give you an idea of how many votes are needed.
Impeachment vote. You don't think it's going to go through?
Members of Parliament in the National Assembly. You need a two-thirds
Do we have the results?
majority. So 200 votes will be needed to impeach the president. Now his party, the PP.
Yeah, because I think I got this from 3 days ago. No, okay, yeah, hold on. Korea impeachment vote. Yeah, hold on. What happened? President fails. Oof.
South Korea's President Yoon Suk-yeol has survived impeachment over his short-lived martial law. The main opposition, the Democratic Party.
Right. So, but I mean, his political career is obviously is still going to be destroyed. But this is his party giving him a way to take it back, I guess.
Party introduced the motion in Parliament on Saturday.
Tune, by the way.
It needed 8 MPs from the ruling party to pass it, but members of Yoon's People Power Party boycotted the vote. Although Yoon's actions
they boycott the vote. It's the first time, like, this is not normal. It's the first time martial law has happened in like 40 fucking years. Happened at the last second, obviously for personal political reasons. And they have the fucking temerity, the goddamn gall. Oh, to be offended. Oh no, how dare you?
The members of Yoon's.
Yeah, no, this is how democracy dies when you let this shit fester. Okay, just like how we let the January 6ers right back into government. They voted against the certification even after January 6th. And we let them walk around the halls of government to this day. There is repercussions for it. They are the acidic cancer to democracy.
People Power Party boycotted the vote. Although Yoon's actions drew criticism from his own party, his party also is opposing impeachment because of fears of losing presidency. Meantime, tens of thousands of protesters gathered outside the National Assembly building, demanding the president's dismissal.
Oops.
성립되지 않았음을 선포합니다. 대통령 윤석열 탄핵 소추안에 대한 투표가 성립되지 않았습니다. 전 국민이 오늘 국회의 결정을 지켜보고 있습니다.
It's hard to tell sometimes.
세계 각국이 주시하고 있습니다. 이토록 중대한 국가적 사안에 대해 투표조차 이루어지지 않은 것은 매우 유감입니다.
Unbearable anger. Yes. Yes. Hell yeah. Oh man, she means it too. Yes. Yes. That's the attitude you need right there. That's the winner's attitude. That's how you win.
그렇지만 그게 절차이기 때문에 이 많은 사람들이 그 절차를 지키기 위해서 이런
Did say he will resign from the party because of it. Okay. Thank you, strategy. All right.
국민들이 이렇게 지켜나가고 있는데 그들의 뜻을 대변한다고 하는 국회의원들이 그걸 못 받아내고 있다.
Yo, style supply in this motherfucker. Hell yeah. Dripped out like a motherfucker out there. You see? Let me tell you something, man. If you're a single guy, get your ass out there. That's all I need to tell you. That's all I need to say. Get your butt out there. I can't find a date. I can't find a date. Sorry, I'm just crying a little bit because I'm inspired by that woman's courage earlier. I'm on the apps. What do I need to do to change my profile? No, you need to put on your style supply hat, okay? Get dripped out. Carry a bunch of water and fucking granola bars. Hand them bitches out and talk to them bitches. How about this impeachment, huh, baby? We got to make this fun for folks, okay? We got to try to make this appeal to the young men of the world. Am I wrong? Tell me I'm fucking wrong. What was one of the most dynamic elements of this election? Young men. Okay? I don't wear these goofy ass hats. Young men do. Style supply. Buy that shit.
정말 한심한 상황입니다.
Nina Han-Dong said the party had decided that Yoon would resign eventually. Okay. Will tariffs affect my goofy hats? Yes. If the current promised, because I'm not convinced. I'm not convinced. Oh, day one I'm gonna do all this crazy shit. Yeah, day one he's gonna sit there dazed and confused. What do I actually do? What do I actually do? Because the market is already gonna have a burp. The market's gonna be like preemptively. Do I make this worse? Do I really want to do that? Because that's the thing. That was the thing with Trump's first. He made a bunch of promises. He made a bunch of progressive promises about ending the wars. Didn't do it. Right? And he made a bunch of promises about lock her up, going after Hillary. Didn't do it. You know, Rachel Maddow talking about Russiagate, and there was some truth to it. There's obviously some connections with oligarchs, but at the end of the day, the foreign policy reflected, you know, the status quo, basically, the military, you know, it's like it didn't really change that much when it came to Russia. Correct me if I'm wrong, but he did, you know, even though he tried to leverage that aid to Zelensky to get the Hunter Biden dick pics, didn't he eventually give them that aid anyway? So I don't know. I'm just saying he talks a lot of shit. They talk big. They talk all big. I'm going to cut everything, you know, says Vivek Ramaswamy and Elon Musk. I'm going to cut everything. Everything. And we're going to nuke PBS. You know, they might kill PBS. That might be totally legit. But they talk a lot of shit. They talk really big. At the end of the day, then when they get in there, they don't have the patience to govern. Yeah, you know, Elon Musk and another, you know, a lot of them are billionaires. They don't have the patience. And every move they make, seemingly, that, you know, trying to achieve the things that they promise, creates more chaos. And it's like, okay, how many headaches do I want to create for myself? I don't know, man. They're all liars. You know what I mean? They're vain and selfish. They're not hard, you know, they're not necessarily hardworking in the way that, you know, they'll work hard. They'll get in front of a microphone. They'll do a bunch of news interviews. They'll reinforce a narrative. You know, they'll work hard in that way. But are they actually going to dig into policy, dig into, you know, this and that? You hear Vivek Ramaswamy talking about how he wants to cut whole departments based off do you have an odd or even number as the last number of your Social Security, you know, number? It's insane, right? He doesn't have any real ideas. Is he really gonna, you know, once he does this recommendation and they delete the Department of Government Efficiency, which is what they're promising, they're gonna make these recommendations. Are they gonna actually go anywhere because of the headaches that they create? I'm just not convinced. I don't know. I think Trump is gonna do everything he can to protect himself. And I think he's going to do everything he can to subvert elections. So I think, you know, we're going to have complete subversion of the justice and political electoral system in that way. Is he really, you know, going to fund the hundreds of billions of dollars, at least $100 billion? He says $88 billion to fund the massive deportation of 1 year, for 1 year, the buses, the holding camps, right? Actually transporting them back across the border and then dumping them, a lot of these people, in places that they've never been in their, you know, since, unless they were there when they were a baby or not even at all, right? Because they're talking about going after the so-called anchor babies, right? The dreamers, as they're called. Is he, you know, it's a massive headache. It's a massive headache. Okay? It's a massive headache. And Joe Rogan can only defend so much. You know, he can only defend so many burrito joints, you know, having their doors kicked in, so many Mission Streets, you know, being raided, you know, people, you know, by the hundreds filed onto buses and you know, C-13, you know, big old fucking airplanes and cargo airplanes and Who knows, right? Joe Rogan can only defend that so much. MSNBC is going to be all over that story. He won't be able to ignore it. It won't be a Democracy Now! Only story, like Gaza is now.
혼란을 최소화하기 위해서 대통령의 질서 있는
in order to minimize confusion for the people. Okay, I mean, look, so they want to do it in a more orderly way. They don't want to do a big impeachment. He's basically said privately within, okay, I'm going to step down, but just let me do it honorably. Because it's hilarious. They because he's, oh, maybe I can rescue. Maybe in 50 years, people won't remember me as this dumbass that tried to destroy Korean democracy to protect my wife. Right? So, in the history books will show that I resigned, that I wasn't impeached. Fucking that's how they think. That's how Joe Biden thinks.
이미 대통령은 자신의 임기에 대한
strategy member.
당의 결정을 따르겠다고 한 바 있습니다.
Exactly, strategy. Yeah, it might be a grift on that level. Give him a chance to dump his Doge if it hits $1. I mean, really, if you've invested in Doge in the last several years, it's almost 50 cents right now. It's kind of fucking ridiculous. So here's what people are going to actually remember, right? So we got this asshole worrying about his legacy. Oh, give me a chance to save face. This is what people are really going to remember. Look at this badass South Korean politician who grabbed a soldier's rifle during martial law protests. She wasn't having any of it. Absolute, certified, steel vagina. Look at that shit. Get that gun out of my face, bitch. Get that gun out of my face. I don't know what she's really saying. But that's how you handle shit right there. Okay. And is Trump really, I mean, because they talk big. Oh, I'm going to be a dictator. I'm going to stomp you out. I wish I could just shoot people during the George Floyd protest during BLM. I just want to shoot people. Really? Because that creates a whole other set of problems, right? Because now you have to worry about loyalists within your military who are willing to shoot their own civilians, who are willing to shoot their own countrymen. I mean, if I remember right, she is saying, aren't you ashamed? Nice. Yeah, exactly. Rising star right there.
그걸 막기 위해서 지금 계엄군 침입을 시도하는
Man, awesome, dude.
일단
awesome.
총을 먼저 잡진 않았고요. 계엄군을 막는 과정에서 몸싸움이 있었습니다. 제 팔을 잡기도 했던 것 같고 이렇게 제 몸에 뭐가 부딪혔고요. 그래서 일단 다 막아내는 과정에서 했지 일단 총을 의식하고 잡지는 않았습니다. 일단 막아야 된다라는 그 생각이 강했기 때문에 다 뿌리치고 다 밀고 그랬던 것 같습니다. 저도 사람인데 무서웠죠. 일단 국회에 도착했을 때 헬기 소리 들리는 것부터가 두려웠습니다. 그리고 그 헬기를 타고 계엄군이 들어왔다라는 거잖아요. 어떻게 국회 안에 총을 들고 무장하는 군인들이 들어올 수 있지? 라는 생각이 들었습니다. 저보다 더 용감하게 계엄군에 맞서 싸우신 분들이 많습니다. 국회에 들어오지 못한 군과 경찰이 막아서 국회에 들어오지 못한 시민들은 밖에서 장갑차를 막아내기도 했잖아요. 그러니까 저는 제 행동이 특별하다고 생각하지 않고 그래서 영상이 크게 화제가 될 줄은 몰랐는데 이미 근데 국민들은 심리적으로 윤석열 대통령을 탄핵했다고 생각합니다. 그런데 정말 말도 안 되는 이 비상계엄 선포라는 일이 일어났잖아요. 아니, 아까도 말씀드렸지만 전시든 국가 비상사태에 정말 엄중하게 행사할 수 있는 그 비상계엄이라는 걸 그냥 야당의 폭주를 알리기 위해서 애들 장난하듯이 선포한 대통령을 누가 이제 신뢰하고 국가를 맡길 수가 있겠습니까? 창피한 일이죠. 우리나라는
And you remember that golden few months after January 6th where the right didn't really have a good narrative? You know, Matt Gaetz and the others were pushing the Antifa angle, but it wasn't really sticking that well. There wasn't really a lot of consensus, and there was a lot of like, yeah, pretty shameful moment. Yeah, obviously, this is not what we want. Even, people like Mitch McConnell coming out, criticizing it. And then it all went away. As long as you keep that momentum up and you don't let them gaslight you, you don't let apathy take over.
민주화를 이룩한 자랑스러운 역사가 있는데 그걸 지금 윤석열 대통령이 후퇴시키고 있잖아요. 정말 브레이크 없는 위험한 운전을 하고 있다고 생각합니다.
It's the only thing that's ever worked. It's the 3-step program. This is exactly what I'm talking about. And hey, don't worry. If you're scared, if you've never done it before, you're about why we suck at games. You're about to have an opportunity, to get your feet wet. The movement is real. The reason why I know the movement is going to happen is because for a lot of people, it's a natural reaction to being oppressed. All right. French elections, the whole thing's falling apart. Once again, the cynics were correct. The Georgian protests, which I know you'll probably hit on, are also pretty inspiring to watch. You bet. Several tabs in here are Georgia coming up. We're just kind of covering all this, like Georgia, Russia, it's all kind of, intertwined there. France's government collapses. New crisis for Macron. And I need to make this very clear. Macron created this problem for himself by sticking to austerity, by sticking to neoliberalism, protecting the rich, raising the age of retirement and saying, to hell with you. I don't care if you get in the streets. I don't care if you protest. This is the only way. We're certainly not going to raise taxes on the rich, who are doing very well, thank you. Even, in France, even where the taxes are higher for the rich, they're still doing very well, and there's still plenty of room. And there's also, there's other ways to make those savings. You don't always have to go after the weakest and most vulnerable neoliberals, But and what do we see? He's even now in total chaos, we're not reversing a single thing, At least Justin Trudeau over here in Canada has smelled which way the wind is blowing and decided to do something to help Canadians with this general sales tax break that we're all getting for like a month. It's going to be or like 2 months or something. It's going to go into the 15th of January, I believe. But, all throughout Christmas, no taxes on your Christmas presents, which is great. It's not enough. It's not enough to defeat PP. But if you do this before Christmas and then you got a nice, juicy policy to announce in January at the end of this general sales tax, once the taxes come back, and you're like, hey, that sucks, but check this out. Now we're talking. Right, now we're talking. Now PP has a hard time. He's got to do something about this climate tax. He needs to defang the climate tax angle that PP is taking advantage of. Pierre Poilievre, if you don't know what Canadian politics I'm talking about here. But PP is taking advantage of Justin Trudeau's climate tax. He's fucking raising taxes on the middle class yet again to cover important green reforms, to cover that kind of... It's important. But it's like, man, timing couldn't be worse. Read the fucking room. And what's PP doing? His entire campaign is axe attacks, axe attacks, axe attacks. You need to defang that, Justin. Okay, over to France. The collapse, the global collapse of neoliberalism continues. You know, hey, here we go, baby. Right? The next chapter written. Will these clowns ever actually, you know, and Bill Clinton gets in front of a fucking camera and talks about how brilliant he is. They never learn. That's why I don't have much patience for the people that are just like, I'm loyal. End the madness. They're either producing or they're getting the fuck out of your way. That's a healthy way to deal with politics. Are you helping me? Are you helping my family? Are you helping my class? Okay? I've said it before, I'll say it again. If voters were just selfish, if they just looked into, okay, who's going to actually give me what I want, and they just voted for their own self-interests, we probably would be in a much better position. Right? If they just, you know, don't lie to me, just literally, okay, what are you going to do? Well, I'm going to cut corporate taxes. Well, how's that going to help me? Well, you know, blah, 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 trickle down economics. Well, that's a bunch of bullshit. Well, okay, I'm going to cut your taxes. I'm going to cut middle class taxes. Oh, okay. You know, instead of like, oh, who has the R? Who has the D? Who's the Republican? Who's the Democrat? Or, you know, in French politics, whatever, right? We see the same kind of tribalism. Watch Trump will institute real-life Hunger Games. Each state will have to put forth a tribute. It's not going to be that fun and interesting. It's going to be pathetic. It's a lazy Dunning-Kruger style fascism. So it's just going to be pathetic. With Trump, you know, Emperor No Clothes style, stomping around like he's a big badass, getting fucking cucked every which way, you know, possible by the geopolitics, by his economic policies, you know, by his reforms within the government. It's going to be L after L after L. And, you know, my question is, is this the end? You know, can we, I mean, I shouldn't speak in those terms. Is this the beginning of a new era in American politics, a new kind of revolutionary era? Because, if they're going to go as hard as some predict, you know, it's very difficult to go back. It's very difficult to reverse that. You know, once you're throwing thousands of people in jail for having a political opinion, you know, like Russia, China, it's very, very difficult to unroot that, to remove that once it's seated itself in. You know, that's what we're worried about with El Salvador, right? Oh, everyone's loving all the stripping of human rights. You know, to get rid of the gangs, MS-13. Yeah, okay. Well, what does that look like in 20 years, 30 years? Oh, now the son is going to replace the father. Okay, so, but we're still not allowed to call it a dictator. It's still not an empire, huh? Haven't had a real election in decades, right? Nothing's reversed. The dragnet continues. Get tossed into jail for any fucking reason. It's hard to reverse this shit. Trump's going to make President Snow look like a nice guy. You know, if President Trump builds one mega elaborate booby trap to trap preteens in, taking the time, of course, to train these preteens in combat, all right, that's a dub. Okay. You know, just one massive, elaborate labyrinth filled with booby traps. Then he throws a bunch of hot preteens in there. Wait, did I say that? Shit. Hot 18-year-old adults. We all know what the market is. It's all about preteens. Are you going to be my boyfriend? I don't want to be your girlfriend. I want to be the other guy's girlfriend. Oh my God, that sucks. It sells, okay? It sells buku bucks. That's how people are going to have to earn their citizenship from now on. That's kind of a dub. That's based. That's super based. Anyway, France, government's collapsing. Let's get an update.
France's government has collapsed after a no-confidence vote against Prime Minister Michel Barnier ousted his government, handing President Emmanuel Macron a fresh political crisis. Mr. Barnier's government is the first to be forced out by such a vote in more than 60 years, with the trigger being a clash over the country's budget for next year, after a majority of 331 voted in support of the motion to remove him. Opposition parties tabled the motion after Mr. Barnier controversially used special constitutional powers to force through a budget without a vote. The former Brexit negotiator was only appointed by Mr. Macron in September. The National Assembly, France's lower house of parliament, is deeply fractured, with no single party holding a majority. It comprises three major blocs: Mr. Macron's centrist allies, the left-wing coalition New Popular Front.
If the global neoliberal establishment wants to exist in you know, as the kind of, you know, not even as like the dominating, right, but just exist as one of the options, they need to modernize. They need to accept fault. They need to accept that you know, that austerity and abandoning the middle class is not viable in all cases. You know, sometimes if you court the rich can take you pretty far, right? As we've seen. But if that is your, you know, as we've seen in the United States, you know, the entire establishment becomes the party of the ruling elite, of the you know, what is it? You know, upper 10%, upper 15%. It alienates the rest of the population. You can only hide that with messaging for so long.
And the far-right National Rally. Both opposition blocs, typically at odds, have united against Mr. Barnier, accusing him of imposing austerity measures and failing to address citizens' needs. Any new prime minister would face the same challenges as Mr. Barnier.
And you know, strategy, you're correct there, but you know, it's just they're never going to do that. You know, that would require truth and honesty, and we're just not dealing with truthful or honest people. You know, people. I know Joe Biden, he throws on the aviators, and Justin Trudeau, he's got that $1 million smile. They're fucking liars. They're liars and they're millionaires, and they're very selfish. They're very self-absorbed. Okay, with varying degrees. The main issue is that they only accept fault, you know, like in the face of defeat, and then a couple minutes later they're convincing you that they're correct. You know, you get a couple minutes of, oh yeah, I guess our entire worldview is incorrect and we got completely owned yet again. And then, you know, a couple hours later, it's, you know, how dare you push against this establishment? You're just as bad as the Republicans, and shame, shame, shame. They'll never change. So they need to be shamelessly defeated. That's our only solution. Primary them, defeat them politically, hold them to account, punish them politically. If they, you know, if they refuse to bend the knee. You know, we can't defeat them all. Welcome back, Woke Patriot. We can't defeat them all, but we gotta defeat enough of them to make the rest of them realize what tune that they need to sing, or else they're going to lose their job. It sounds so simple because it is. Because it really is. That's why it works. You know.
Bills, including the 2025 budget, adopted by the divided parliament. There can be no new parliamentary election before July. The tumult that has followed Mr. Macron's decision to call a snap election in the summer has diminished his standing at home and abroad. Mr. Macron's term as president runs until mid-2027, and he cannot be forced out by parliament. But the RN and the hard left have already been saying he should resign as he faces his biggest crisis in years. As he lacks a majority in Parliament, Mr. Macron.
I mean, here's the thing, though. The hard left should be very careful about demanding his resignation because right now, I believe if he were to resign, that would leave it wide open for the extreme right to get themselves in there. But I guess things are a little bit more dynamic in French politics. It's not exactly a sure thing as in some other democracies. So
opponents could shoot down one pick for prime minister after another.
Interesting stuff there. Yeah, the news train keeps on a rolling here, folks, as we move on over to Syria. My God. I'm sorry, Romania. Jesus Christ. So heroically, Georgia, Moldova, and now Romania have been standing up against obvious Russian interference in their elections and politics. And I've never seen anything like this. This is a dream come true for me. It would suck. At the same time, this process would have to be civilian run and super transparent for me to be okay with it. I wouldn't be okay with a body just coming in and saying the elections are null and void. We're going to do a do-over. We're just going to redo the elections. Like I said, it would have to be a super mega reinforced, check and balanced, transparent government body that is completely impenetrable from politics of any party, right? Because the moment that well is poisoned and there's any partisanship whatsoever, then you got a massive problem, right? Because then you got a body that can just, I don't like the results, do a do-over. I don't like the results, do a do-over, right? Kind of like how the Nazis won Germany, right? They just took advantage of a technicality and they hit the reset button like 8 times. They did like 8 German elections. That must have been exhausting. Fine, fascism, fine, whatever. I just don't want to hear another campaign commercial. I just don't care. I'll Sieg Heil, I'll do it. I don't fucking care. But no, here we are in Romania now, implementing basically an election court said way too much Russian interference. This guy came out of nowhere. He's got a lot of spooky money, and he's talking about dismantling our connection with Europe. No NATO, no EU. Disconnected all. The wokesters are getting you. Watch out. Here comes the transgenders, right? Be afraid of gay people. It's the same template. They just apply across the board. It's a really effective template. Neo-MAGA, fear-mongering is really effective. Calling something woke works, right? It's a term that you can just anything you don't like, Oh, the young person who was my cashier at the coffee shop, didn't like my flirtatious advances because I'm a 50-year-old man. She's woke, right? The government official that, approved a statue getting removed is woke. A general that implemented DEI policies is woke. There's got to be other examples of this throughout history, but it does feel somewhat modern. This kind of propaganda, But we've always had slogans. We've always had terms that are like that reduce everything down. But I don't know. Has there really been anything quite like woke? I mean, communism, right? I guess communism was the term du jour. We still hear that thrown around quite a bit. Hippies, tree huggers. I don't know. Something about woke. You can just apply it. You can just stamp that. Boom. You're woke. pow. And if you own it, God help you in the political sphere, if you own it. Because then it's all the, anything I define as woke is now you. And you now have to helplessly try to defend yourself against a machine gun ring that surrounds you of, bad actor assaults. Oh, you agree with this and you agree with that and you agree with this. And it's fascinating how effective it's been. But anyway, that's what's happening in Romania, and the people are standing up. And it's amazing. This, basically like a fuse box. The fuse has been triggered. New elections called, brand new, everything. Got a whole new campaign, whole new everything. Like they don't even. It's not even just like, okay, come in in a couple days and do a revote. No, it's a whole. You got to do commercials. You got to do the whole circuit again. You got to do the whole thing again. I like it. But like I said, that body that makes that decision, the moment it becomes political, then obviously you got. It's like, it's kind of like having like a bomb or something, and it's like, well, I mean, okay, like, we need to, just in case we can hit this button and everything blows up. Okay, but who's in charge of the button? That's a pretty big power. I mean, but wouldn't that be something else though? We hit the reset button. Welcome back, You're Tubing. Talking about Romania here, hitting the reset button on their elections. Fascinating stuff. Soup bread. Interesting.
Now to Romania, where the top constitutional court has cancelled the presidential election, annulling the result of the first round, which was held 2 weeks ago. The announcement comes just days after security services revealed details of what appears to have been a major attempt to interfere in the country's presidential election using the social media platform TikTok, with a series of cyber attacks as well. Well, the results of that first round saw Călin Georgescu, an almost unknown far-right NATO skeptic who had vowed to end aid to Ukraine if he won. He won with most votes. Now, the court said it made the move to ensure the correct...
Yeah, it's like, well, if you believe that all politicians lie, which is, that's not exactly incorrect, then you should believe in a system of checks and balances. Instead, what do we see from those people who are normally saying all politicians lie? I want a strong man. I want an authoritarian, which is just, okay, that's how you reinforce that corrupt system. So why are you working against your own self-interest? Why are you working against your own democracy, your own liberty? When you should be demanding more scrutiny, more checks and balances, more transparency. Here you are implementing a shadowy dictatorship, right? Because why a dictator who is not accountable to the people, why in the world would they be transparent and honest? And of course, every dictator in history is never transparent and honest. They try to hide. They just try to hide everything. Did the pro-Russian dog lose? Yeah, they hit the fucking reset button. They nuked the whole election. He technically won the first round by a landslide, but nobody was paying attention. You're like, whoa, what the hell? Who the hell's this guy? Political apathy. Russians taking advantage of it. This court, this highest court in the land, I guess, constitutional court, said, no, we're doing this again. Nobody technically won. And it was really only saved by this court doing something kind of unprecedented. I haven't seen this. Can anyone give me an example of history in history of this happening recently or in the past?
Correctness and the legality of the electoral process. But let's talk more about it with our correspondent Sarah Rainsford, who can join us right now from Romania. Sarah, just explain why you think this constitutional court has made this decision and what the reaction has been.
Well, it's something of a political bombshell here in Romania after a couple of weeks of complete turmoil in politics. It's very hard to predict what's going to happen here from one minute to the next, because it was 2 weeks ago now that a total unknown, essentially a very little known character from the far right of Romanian politics emerged, only campaigning on TikTok to win the first round of the presidential election. Now, after that, there was a lot of concern about how fair that vote had been, how he had managed to surge to the top as an essentially unknown character, particularly because his politics were from the far right, because he was very sympathetic to Russia, very skeptical about NATO.
The whole thing, now, you know, it's the whole template. You know, no, I'm not pro-Russian. I just think we're spending too much money and yada, yada, yada. Same story.
What we had this week was an unprecedented release of intelligence documents by the authorities here, which suggested that his meteoric rise had actually been down to an influence campaign that was conducted and coordinated from outside of this country. That was the allegation. And now this latest move, the Constitutional Court, judges there voting that the entire presidential election has to be cancelled and started again from scratch. So we're in utterly uncharted territory, and the reactions have been extraordinary.
Man. They live in the dream.
The second round vote was meant to take place on Sunday with Călin Georgescu, that frontrunner, facing a candidate called Elena Lasconi. Right. She's come out and she's condemned the court, saying that their move was actually illegal and immoral. She said it's a threat to democracy. The vote should have gone ahead. We haven't heard yet from Călin Georgescu, but I think it's safe to say that, as I said, nobody knows what's going to happen next here in Romania.
Right. Well, it's a new campaign. Hit the reset button. I mean, that's annoying, but oh man, because there was this small, tiny little window of possibility when Trump first won. There is technically a way for both parties to agree that the person that just won is completely unfit for office, and they can kick him out. It's totally unprecedented. But there was some kind of technicality. Of course, the Republican Party had to agree with that. They didn't. You know, don't ever let them convince you that they weren't in full agreement, you know, with what's happening. Mitch McConnell helped Trump every step of the way. And he, you know, basically in full agreement in terms of the policies. He just doesn't like how Trump, you know, fraternizes.
Right, so we don't know then the vote that was scheduled for Sunday, whether it goes ahead or not. Presumably it doesn't.
Didn't even need fake electors, no.
No, we know that vote is not going to happen. The whole election is going to be run from scratch, including the campaigning. So we're waiting for a government to announce the date of the beginning of campaigning. But at the moment, we don't even have a government here in Romania. In fact, there were parliamentary elections last week as well, and there is still negotiations underway to form a coalition. So there's nobody to give us the date for the next elections.
Total. So it's just complete. So they just had an election. They haven't even, you know, figured out who's, you know, what parties are working with who. Total disarray. And now they have to redo the presidential elections. Wow. Still better than the alternative, which is what we're seeing in Georgia. The Georgian Dream Party is now using the Georgian government to go after political opponents. You know, they're doing whatever they can to take over the Georgian government and hand over Georgia to Russia. You know, Georgia will, you know, Russia would be okay with the Belarus, but they would, I think they just want to own this shit now. I think they just want to take it now. I think they've like, well, we've tried the Belarus angle. You know, let's do the Ukraine angle. Let's do the Moldova angle. Let's just take this shit. He will doom our economy. Yeah, Tisrael, if he follows through on his current promises, which I don't think he's going to. I mean, it's just insane. You're going to start day one, complete total economic chaos. Really? Little rash.
So no idea really when that could take place. In the meantime, there have been protests here over the past few days. People really worried about these allegations of possible Russian interference in the elections. You know, actual fear that perhaps the tentacles of Moscow are stretching all the way here to Bucharest and using online platforms like TikTok to distort politics. So We were speaking to people here on the streets who are really, really worried about that. You know, don't forget this is a country with a long history of dictatorships and a long, cool relation, let's say, with Russia since then. So lots of fears on that front. Kalin Georgescu himself, I met him this week as well. He denied in any sense being Moscow's man. He is a populist politician who says he's the man of the people. He says he has an agenda for change in Romania. He wants to implement that. So I can imagine he is going to be angry too about what the Constitutional Court has now done.
Yeah, well, be angry, bitch. Be angry, bitch. It's good news. It's good news. All right, moving over to Georgia. 1 second. I love the use of the backward sample. Lovely. Spell that, Gregor? That's good shit. All right, here we go with some Georgia footage. So just to catch you up on what's happening specifically, so Romania is reacting preemptively because probably, you know, what they're seeing in Georgia has a good deal to do with it. Of course, Ukraine as well, because this is, you know, what has happened in Georgia. Of course, Russia invaded in 2008, if I'm getting my dates correct. Russia invaded and has occupied a portion, you know, very similar to what we see with Ukraine in the Donbass, Ukraine with Crimea, and her son. But, you know, they, me? Whoops. I just slipped and my army invaded your country. Whoops. And now it's ours. Whoop, now it's an independent region. And now we're defending democracy in this region. How dare you try to attack this independent region that once was your country? So that whole fucking song and dance. So while they've been holding this portion that they are illegally occupying, they have been injecting themselves into Georgian politics with this party called the Dream Party. And it's just like what we're seeing in Romania. Same thing. Xenophobia, stop helping Ukraine, get out of the EU, get out of NATO, or stop talking about NATO, etc., etc., etc. Yeah, hippity hoppity, your country's now our property. That's hilarious. Yeah, Tisrael, I'm so proud of the Georgians. They finally took a stand. So unfortunately, the Georgia Dream Party won. Dirty tricks. You know, they're holding on to power. They're consolidating power. And now, like I said before earlier, they're using the power of the state to suppress political opposition. Okay? It's so crazy. I mean, it really is wild. Like when you dip your toes into politics and you kind of, you know, you wipe away the naive notions and you just kind of see it for what it is. It's just so stark and so bare, you know, what is happening here. And you know, I wonder, like, is this, you know, this is more effective than taking a country, you know, with an army. You know what I mean? This kind of slow creeping subterfuge, you know, going in and you know, delegitimizing the electoral system, you know, injecting blatant bad actor dishonesty, you know, into politics. You know, we're not pro-Russian. Then the moment they get into power, we love Russia. Russia's great, and let's get Russia in here, right? It's just, you know, blatant, bald hypocrisy. It's pretty goddamn effective. It's working really well. We're seeing this in Moldova as well. But the Georgian people standing up against this. No, you get to vote, Simply Steve. Everyone gets to vote. Hey, come on in. Vote away. Vote, vote, vote. You get to vote in China. They're happy for you to let them know how you think. And they're happy to put that in a file. just in case. But here are the Georgian people still fighting. This has been going on for weeks now. Oh, dude, that cop got slam-a-jammed, dude. Yeah. Oh, that's a little embarrassing. Yeah, this has been going on for weeks, and it's all about Russia. It's all about Russia. Now, people have a right, democratically, of course, to say we don't want to be part of the EU, we don't want to be part of NATO, you know, we want to align ourselves more with Russia, but that's not what's happening. That's not what's happening. This Georgian Dream Party using dirty tricks, using social media saturation, you know, all the whole template, you know, applying this really dangerous modern template. And, you know, a lot of dum-dums, they're not paying attention, you know, they kind of go along with it, you know. They buy the bullshit. Of course, there's a whole multi-million-dollar media apparatus to back it all up. So, you know, as much of TV as will be allowed, it, you know, says the same message. You know, Dream Party good, Dream Party good. Yeah, you don't just do it from one angle. You know, you do it from all the different angles. Jason, that guy is such a fucking poser. You know, we were just talking about fake country. Simply Steve. Some 80% of the people disagree with Georgian Dream's decision. I remember reading. Yeah. Yeah, I have no problem with a country saying we don't want to be part of this, you know? That's not what's happening here. That is not what's happening. What was that country just recently? Hold on. What was that country just recently? That was talking about, you know, like blew off the dust, talking about rejoining NATO. Which one? What was it? Lithuania, Latvia, Estonia? Which one? There was one I reported on it last week. I can't remember which one. Talking about, yeah, maybe we'd like to join NATO. Got to tell them the recipe for our Molotov to Russians with love. I can't remember which country it was that was talking about rejoining NATO. There's Georgia. Estonia already is in NATO? Okay. Yeah, I can't remember. I can't remember what the country it was last week. So that's, you know, this is how you win. This is how we win, you know. Because here's the thing, is that, you know, you can make the impossible possible, right? Because they say the election's already happened. What's done is done. You have to just let democracy run its course. And no, there is you can make something happen, you know, even though the bureaucracy is rigid, the rules are there. But I don't know if there's I don't know if there's a future in this, because procedurally it's all over with. So you got to do something on the level of like a general strike. You know, you got to shut down the whole Georgian economy. I don't know, even in this situation, I don't know if there's enough people, there's enough, you know, momentum for that, because that's the only direction now, right? There's no it's not like Romania, there's no redo button. Was it Finland? Was that the one? Can't quite remember. Here we see police. Jesus. Okay, hey guys. That's not how escalators work, guys. That was adorable. That was adorable. getting carted away while singing some kind of protest song or the national anthem there. Good stuff. And then this crazy footage, I don't know. Hopefully it doesn't come to this. Hopefully the protest movement in America that forms against Trump doesn't have to resort to this, but you never know. By the way, how come there isn't a video game that kind of simulates this kind of stuff? Like kind of a class-based kind of game, protesters versus the cops, and they got different advantages and disadvantages. Hell yeah, bro. Look at this motherfucker. Final Fantasy VII. No, there wasn't. Not in the way that I'm thinking. Like multiplayer, like a Riot game. No, you're thinking of State of Emergency on the PlayStation 2. And there is a game called Riot where you control the crowd dynamics, but it's not multiplayer. State of Emergency for PS2. Lackluster sequel. The game's very boring, but early Rockstar. But no, I'm talking about. Now, it wouldn't be Counter-Strike per se. It would be more like one of those 4v1 kind of situation. Like maybe one player controls the cops, like RTS style. And then there's a bunch of players running around, bunch of protesters running around. But anyway, if that game were to exist, which it doesn't exist, I wish it did. This would have to be some DLC. This would have to be Season 2 DLC, yo. Look at this guy. They moved the protest to the virtual world? Yeah, well, not going to get that. Tchaikovsky Simulator? Hold on. Let's see here. Light him up. It's crazy too because he won. Like if you notice right when he launches it right here, the hose is hitting him. Greetings from south of Boston, it's your boy Lenny. But yeah, so quick move, quick reaction. He stays focused on the hose, so he's probably just absolutely pounding the guy with the hose, and clearly the guy with the hose just gives up. Right, because he moves position, and eventually the water just stops. He doesn't even know where he's shooting. He's not even hitting the guy anymore. He doesn't even know where he's shooting. If this were to happen in America, every so-called liberal news channel would say, "Look at these horrible." Extreme left fascists destroying our democracy, even if this was against, Trump's American justice system, against Trump's cops, right? We will still see the corporate media coming out, Tapper Jake with his worried news face. He's got his little worried face, right? That he gets in. Oh, I'm worried. Oh, I'm so worried for our democracy. This is not how we win, guys. I guarantee you, when the time comes, when Trump makes it untenable for folks and people start fighting back and it starts getting real like this, corporate media will side with fascism. Morning Joe, ABC, PBS. PBS will probably fall in line really quick because they're going to lose all their funding if they don't. Welcome back, You Win TV. By the way, folks, make sure you're liking and subscribing to your boy, Lenny. Hope you're doing well, Lenny. Just made 1200 of shit coins. Just blowing up right now. Yeah, I'm about to dump. I think I'm going to sell I'm going to set a sell price below $1. I think I shouldn't wait. I could dump right now and make some profit. Of course, Lenny. Kind of have to expect your guys' elections to end in this every time. You know, though, you're more liberal uprisings for no reason, pro-commotion, so to speak. Though there's a whole millennials on a whole, you know, like Gen X had Seattle, right? Gen X had that whole the fighting against globalism, fighting against that the NAFTA, the kind of trade that was going to ruin that proceeded to ruin American economies, right? Taking the power away from individuals and giving it to multinationals. So they had that fight. The millennials, we basically had George Bush, and then we just never fought again. It was weird. Like there was one of the largest protests in history. I shouldn't say that. Occupy Wall Street. Occupy Wall Street's another great example. But we're out of practice. We're big time out of practice. And honestly, we do it in spurts. We do it for a couple days, a couple weeks, and then we all kind of have to go back to our lives because that's the system that they have us in, We're kind of enslaved to this economy, right? If we don't work, we don't eat. So it's hard to take time to do it. And that's why I talk about how this needs to be a lifestyle. How you need to accept this as a struggle that you are in every single day, and you need to make time for it. You need to sacrifice for this. And it's like, well, my parents didn't sacrifice, and that's not fair. And it's like, yeah, it's not fair. Too fucking bad. It's just, that's the universe. You either want your liberal democracy or you will accept slavery. So which one is it? Well, can I just hang out on the internet? No, actually you can't. It sucks. It totally fucking blows, okay? There's nobody else in this entire universe that wants to play video games all fucking day more than your boy, all right? I want to enjoy my life. I want to live my life, spend time with my family and my beautiful wife and beautiful son. But on Saturdays, I love doing this show. I love talking to you guys. It's it's a lot of fun in its way, in its own way. But it's a sacrifice at the same time. Okay, and we have to sacrifice. We have to. We have to. Look at him. He's not even hitting the right target. He's totally blind. Get him! Get him! Yo, how many's he got in there? That's custom. That's custom, dude. Yeah, you're right, Lenny. Yeah, you win TV. Yeah, it's going to be shocking. It's going to be shocking because I've said it. I predicted this, right? It's one of my predictions. But we eventually will see the right join the left in the streets protesting against Trump, and Tapper Jake and all the mainstream. Oh, this is terrible. This is terrible, right? Because remember Occupy? Remember BLM? Remember George Floyd? Oh, they're breaking into an Apple store. Let's cover that for literally 8 hours. We got to cover the Apple store break-ins. We can't talk about the protest movement without showing footage of this one incident happening in one place. They broke into the Apple store. What will Jeff Bezos do? No, I'm sorry, not Jeff, but the other asshole. Apple, Steve Jobs. Jesus Christ. PoE 2 released this weekend. Oh. So get that shit on your laptop and go out to the streets, okay? Play that shit in the streets. I don't care. Play some Smash Brothers in the fucking streets, but be careful. The cops will take that shit. You get comfortable too long, right? You start doing something that's fun. You start playing music and dancing and everything. The cops are going to take that out, right? So that's where I talk about, it's like, well, I would do it if it was fun. I would do it if it was like, not so awkward. And it's like, you got to get over that shit. Okay. Because sometimes it isn't fun. Sometimes it's raining. The cops are screaming at you, you'd rather, be home and warm and toasty and all that, it's like, no, we need to have the mentality that this is a struggle and it requires sacrifice. We need to swallow that pill and just bang it out. Bang it out, right? Because you can still have happiness. You can still have fulfillment. I'm not saying you have to sacrifice literally everything. Okay. I'm just saying, yeah, I know you have no time. I know things. I know you don't have any money, but you got to make it work. Whatever you can do, even if it's $1, even if it's 1 hour, you got to slice off a little bit for the movement. You have to. Or accept slavery, or accept fascism. It's not hyperbolic in the least. If you're paying attention, it's not even close to hyperbolic. You either acquiesce to this, or you're fighting against it. The reward is motherfucking democracy. Would you love to have that game to play while not being in debt to play it? Because that's a reward. No, well, I know you're talking about something else, but no, the reward is liberty. The reward is democracy. And I guess there's a lot of folks that just need to not have those things to understand how valuable they truly are. All you need to do is listen. I mean, just listen to the history of Ukraine. Listen to the history of Poland. Listen to the history of China. Listen to the history of Russia. Listen to the history of North Korea. When you want to talk about societies that have their democracies stripped, that have their liberties stripped, compare those to Switzerland, compare those to Finland, right? To Sweden. Pretty big difference. Pretty big difference. But I guess you just, for some folks, I don't know what it is. Some human beings, they gotta put their hand right on the stove, They just, red, shiny, ah! They just gotta do it. I don't know, man. No amount of telling them, hey, fascist dictatorship's not good, bro. Tariffs are not good. Ooh, shiny and red. Ooh. Fear is a big part of it. Fear is a big part of it. So is this is a protest for Syria, right? Yeah. So this is Londoners outside of the Russian embassy, in support of Syria, fighting back the rebels in Syria, the HIC, I think is what it's called. We'll get that full description in a second. But people supporting this pushback against the Assad regime. Now, these guys that want to take over, they're talking about Sharia law, but they also have major beef with the Al-Qaeda. They used to be aligned with Al-Qaeda. They had a falling out. The main reason why is the violence. They said the suicide bombs and all the terrorism doesn't work. They talk about how they want to focus on governing. The way that they want to govern is by the tenets of Sharia law, which is basically Islamic, how Islam it does government, And there's there's a lot of shades of that. That doesn't necessarily mean, we immediately turn into the Taliban. But that's usually the direction it goes in, right? It starts with the colleges and universities. Oh, you can't learn how to read, or you can't learn how to be a doctor, or you can't do this, and oh, now you can't show your hair, and oh, now you're not allowed to leave the house without accompaniment, and it just goes on and on and on and on and on, right? Until you are the Taliban. That's how Sharia law, works, in my opinion. Same thing with Christian law, whatever you want to call that, right? Christian, Christo-fascism, right? Whatever you want to call it. All right. But anyway, protesters out here in front of the Russian embassy talking about a free Syria. Russia is definitely starting to experience some backlash, but they are not by any means out of this fight. But this is good to see. The result of Russia just not being, dumping all of their resources into Ukraine. This is good to see that other countries are finally reacting and trying to take back their countries. Yeah, Elvin, it's disgusting. I'm not interested in it. But there is different shades. You know, because they would say, you know, there's a lot of dishonest people that would say Sharia law, and they want to invoke what the Taliban does. And it's like, well, there's gradations here. There's gradations. Yeah, Clutch Cargo, 100%. Yes, that's exactly what they did. Yeah. But not everybody who says they want Sharia law, that doesn't necessarily mean they want what the Taliban means, but right. But in my experience, I don't know, can someone point out a moderate Sharia law run government right now? Does that exist? HTS tolerant Christian friends, but kill communist and LGBT. Yeah. That doesn't surprise me. And they're tolerant to Christians to a point, from what I've seen. You know, they're tolerant with Christians to a point. But they basically like, okay, we will let you exist, we'll let you pray in your churches, but you're not allowed to get anywhere close to government. Did the Taliban themselves make similar problems? Yes, they did. All right, so this is, you know, good stuff. Here we go. The moment Syrians destroyed the statues of Assad in the recently liberated Hama city. So, I just want to make that clear. I don't know about Sharia law. I don't think any of this is okay. The real question is, because I'm going to show an interview with a person who's there, and they're like, yeah, we're not really that concerned right now with who's taking over. We're just super stoked that we get to see our family again in Damascus, but also in was it Aleppo, right? There's just a lot of people that are like, yeah, we get to finally, you know, come back and visit some people because we've been political prisoners that have been exiled. So we're just super stoked that we get to go to these places again. Everyone hates the Assad regime, it seems. You know, there are loyalists, you know, there are people in Syria that you know that are still down with Assad. But that contingent seems to be shrinking every single day. But yeah, in terms of, do I think these guys are going to be better than Assad? It's hard to imagine Assad getting any worse. Government totally corrupt. You know, he's aligning himself with all the bad guys, you know, trying to steal as much money as possible. It's a family dynasty that's been taking advantage of this country for decades. So it's really hard to imagine it getting any worse with this new group taking over. And certainly Assad doesn't deserve any. I mean, we're talking about the guy that gassed his own people. You imagine Donald Trump, you know, not tear gas, but like deadly sarin gas, like fucking choke and die kind of shit. Donald Trump dropping that shit, right? How scandalous that would be. Because I think for a lot of Westerners, when they hear, oh, you know, in some Arab Muslim country, some, you know, dictator, you know, did some really nasty shit. It's like, oh yeah, that happens all the time. But no, it's actually, you know, unbelievable, incredibly scandalous to this day that he did that. And he definitely did do that. There's enough proof. There's enough proof, Jimmy Dore. So yeah, you know, I guess that's kind of my feelings on the situation. And it's like, well, I don't know if I, you know, like these new guys, but it's hard to imagine these new guys being any worse than Assad. It I don't know. It could be possible though. I don't know. You start talking about Sharia law, you're talking about stripping, you're talking about turning women into property. And you're talking about, you know, the active removal of fun. No music, no dancing, no other books besides the Quran. It's like, oh, fucking come on, man. And then, of course, the porn consumption in these areas. Unbelievable, dude. They're jerking it. As soon as that door closes, man, they're pulling up that fucking robe and fucking cranking it. It's not good for society. Okay? People got to dance. People got to sing. They like music. They want to fuck. Okay? You know what I mean? Look up the porn stats in these theocracies. It's fucking hilarious, and especially like the porn that they're into as well. Real nasty shit, right? Real nasty like taboo shit. Mother daughter or mother son stuff. It's like, ah. I used to do those things. What? Masturbate? We all do it. Come on. Come on. The problem is the government coming in and saying, you're not allowed to be a human being. You need to be this ideal that, the people that even make these rules, they didn't follow any of that shit. It's all aspirational. Another form of control. Boom! Ooh, wow. Ooh. Ouch. The guns. So anyway, I know I bloviated before starting the video. So this is a statue of not the current Assad, but the father Assad getting toppled here. In Egypt, Pakistan, they have mixed Sharia constitutional legal systems where the Sharia is going to, yeah. It's all going to give most areas of control. Yeah, I don't like it. I don't like it because it gives a big chunk of power to totally unelected officials who talk a good game about morality, and then they drive around in Rolls Royces and wear Rolex watches, and they live in total opulence, like the supreme leader in Iran. They live like kings, they live like sultans, and they're totally unaccountable. Everything that they say is law. It's a recipe for disaster. It's a recipe for disaster. It's a way to abuse everything from systems to people. Yeah. Yeah, you're tubing, totally. Yeah. The celebratory fire actually kills people. It can. It sure as hell can. Yeah, you bet it can. Dangerous stuff. Those bullets do come down. Those bullets absolutely do come down. So Davey was nice enough to post this, and by the way, thank you to everybody in the Discord who is contributing to the Discord. I did fix you. The emojis are good to go now. If you guys want to put some emojis in the chat, yeah, there we go. So hopefully the follow stuff does this work or no? No, it doesn't work. Fuck me. Fuck. What have I got to do? But no, if you want to check out the Discord channel here, which is a great way for you to participate in the stream. You can help me figure out politics. You can give me some links, or just observe the conversation. We have lots of debates in there. I try to figure out some stuff. But anyway, big props to Davey and big props to everybody in there. Strategy member, Cam Goblin, everybody else, Woke Patriot, of course, but there's a couple other folks as well contributing in there, so make sure you give yourself credit if I haven't done so. But thank you for all those links. Thank you for thinking of me. Thank you for thinking of the show, trying to make it better, more diverse. Always appreciate that. So Davey over here was nice enough to post this, just the current gains from this Islamist rebel faction. I don't know. What do you want to call it? Whatever you want to call it. Rebel faction is fun to say. I don't know if it's totally accurate. I don't know. So red is Assad loyalists. So that's all the red here. Let me see if I can get my mouse back. Hold up. Yeah, there we go. So the red is Assad. See if I can get a... Yeah, here we go. So we got Aleppo over here. The rebels took Aleppo, took the whole thing. We got Hama, and I'm told Homs is the battlefield right now. The big battle right now is happening right here. If the rebels were able to take Homs, this is basically the staging point to take Damascus right here. This map might be old because we're hearing already the rebels have breached through this and that they are in the suburbs area in Damascus. We have video evidence of that. But we might be looking at the total collapse of the Assad regime. The rumors are Russia isn't even returning the calls. Putin's not even, they're doing a couple airstrikes, but Turkey is apparently pro-rebel. Turkey is talking about how Erdogan is talking about how, let's end this peacefully. Let's just end this quickly. The ones in the south are, not the north. Oh, down here. Okay. Yep. Okay. Thank you for that correction, Markov. Appreciate that. So yeah, that's what we're talking about right here. Okay. So the battle is still raging over there in Homs. But this is kind of the final stand of the Syrian regime right here. I mean, the final stand will be in Damascus, but if they can't hold Homs, it seems unlikely that they'll be able to hold Damascus. And let me tell you, they're going to have to retreat all the way from Homs down to Damascus. And the rebels are not going to give them a fucking second to breathe. And what's happening over here in the center over here? Tanif, right? That's a great opportunity to collapse. I know you can't see my mouse. Hold on. But that's a great opportunity right here. You take Homs, you collapse that. And I'm not shedding a single tear. Wildly corrupt. Disgusting regime, the Assad regime. Should have stepped down decades ago. Wildly uninterested in governing for its people. It's all about power. A bad dude, bad hombre, bad family. They're not concerned with with Syrians. Not even close. But wow, look at the different factions over here. Here's the rebels, the HTS, Syrian National Army, Syrian Free Army, Southern Operation Room, rebel controlled, right? Then we have our loyalists, regional forces, the Druze. I've heard them talked about. I don't exactly know. Okay, so I think there's a question about the rebels and the Druze. I don't think they get along. They cut off the Russian bases near Lakia from Assad's forces in Damascus. Oh, that's huge. Okay. Sounds huge. I don't know. But I think there's some question about whether the Druze actually are going to work with the rebels. So I don't know if there's some high-level negotiation happening there. And we're still not done. We got ISIS is still out there. There's still elements of ISIS. We got the Syrian Democratic Forces over here. Not much left of ISIS, though. Wow. What a mess. Israeli controlled, the blue. This is Israeli controlled territory? Jesus Christ. Is that the Golan Heights right there? The Druze are Jawas. They got the sand crawlers. You can't fuck with them. You drive a tank in there, and all of a sudden an EMP goes off, and a bunch of dudes come out of the sand, start pulling off parts. The Jawas. I like the Jawas. I have a lot of respect for the Jawas. They did not care. Empire, they didn't care. They did not care. They'll sell parts to anybody. Thank you again, Davey, for that map. Very interesting stuff. So let's get some analysis here from France 24. Very survival of Syrian regime at stake. HTS closing in on Homs, Assad regime's quote-unquote protected area. 8-minute video, pretty succinct, covers all the different topics. I'm sure they got something about Jawas in there somewhere. I had a Jawa stuffed animal as a kid and kept up well with my teens. I wonder what happened to that thing. I'm sure you can buy another one. If, we could have full Mad Max apocalypse and there's still going to be merch, for fucking Star Wars merch. I've never seen anything like Star Wars before. Well, I remember one time I was way out in the middle of fucking nowhere, right? Some store in way in the woods, way the fuck out, I went on a big camping trip with a wife, and there was, Star Wars, for the latest Star Wars movie, there was merch in the store. And it's just like, You can't escape it. You can't escape it. You know, there's probably remote areas in Antarctica that, you know, they got rations, they got water, and they got some Star Wars merch. Looks like they're approaching the capital from the northeast as well. It doesn't look good. And, you know, no love lost. My only question really is, you know, is this new regime any better? They're talking a good game, and I think they're more serious than the Taliban ever were. You know, the Taliban were really a joke, which was all the more embarrassing that America was defeated by them. But these guys, you know, already rejected Al-Qaeda, already rejected, you know, talking about how violence, you know, we're not interested in ruling through violence and ruling through fear. We are going to do Sharia, but, you know, who knows the extent of that? You know, and, you know, Donald Trump loves to make deals. It's a great, you know, you could do a Malay. How you doing, Uncle Sam? We don't like Russia. We don't like China. You want a link to the map? Yeah, I'll send you a link. But you know what I mean? It's a great opportunity. If this new government's in place, Donald Trump's here. You need to legitimize your government. You got a guy who's willing to make some deals, who wants some dubs. He wants some victory. Look, we made a good deal. Legitimize the government. We said goodbye to Assad. I'm amazing. I'm amazing. I tell you, I'm amazing. I literally shit gold. It's amazing, right? So that would be the narrative, right? Yeah, let me get you that link. 1 sec.
It is 10 days since the surprise lightning advance of rebel forces in Syria began from the northwest pocket
Here you go,
of the country,
Markov.
which the regime of President Assad thought had been contained. 4 years where the civil war was said to have been frozen. Not peace, but no real outbreaks. In 10 days, 3 cities
Yeah, exactly.
taken.
United Tomb,
Let's
yeah.
explain where we are. First, Aleppo, second city taken or retaken. It was held by rebel forces. The
China.
back in 2016 with the help of
Killed the leader of the Islamic State in
Iran.
Syria. So
The
it's
opposition
just
led by
more
the
than just
Islamist
talk.
fighters called the HTS,
Interesting.
or Hayat Tahrir al-Sham,
Yeah.
captured the
Yeah,
central-
no, that's thank you for pointing that out, Clutch Cargo. That this HTS has killed Islamic State. It's not like they just did a divorce and that they went their separate ways. They fought and died and killed Islamic State members. So, thank you, Markov. You know, so that is very important. That is very important.
City of Hama. Syrian forces say they withdrew to avoid fighting in the city and spare civilians, roughly 70 kilometers south of Aleppo. Now reports of residents evacuating the third largest city, Homs, in the west. There are pictures coming from two...
Sorry, the volume is super low. You can't hear anything. I apologize. It's my first day. I'm sorry. Okay, give me a break here. All right. It's my first day. All right. Excuse me. Okay. My manager's already hitting on me. Okay. This guy's unbelievable.
Towns.
Lunair. Welcome.
Darah Kabir and Talbisa of fighters there outside of the city. Meanwhile, separately in the east, in the past few hours, Kurdish forces that have been backed, remember, in the past by the US, have taken a significant eastern city. This is the Syrian Democratic Force, or SDF, taking full control of the city of Deir al-Zor. Well, Agiad Ghanem joins us in the studio. Agiad's a Franco-Syrian lecturer, professor of Syria and international relations at Sciences Po University.
Birdman.
Great to have you on the programme.
Thank you for having me.
I mean, there's a lot to start with. Just give me your assessment, first of all, of the wider picture, what you see to be going on right now.
Of course, so we are just entering a new phase in what started a few days ago.
Welcome from Ukraine.
You really rightfully said that there was no peace in Syria before this started last Thursday and Friday. There was this very precarious stability with, of course, a lot of contentions, a lot of poverty, and a lot of issues faced by the Syrian people. A lot of them being displaced in several parts of the country. So now we are with this new phase with the Hayat Tahrir al-Sham and other groups, for example, the Turkish-backed Syrian National Army, following their strategy and their conquest of the most important cities of Syria. So first Aleppo, now Hama, and now they're heading to Homs. So the situation is very critical. The future of the Syrian regime is at stake, and we should see how the situation evolves in Homs, because it's really important to acknowledge the fact that Homs, according to its history, to its sociology, to its demography, it's not the same story as Aleppo and Hama.
Okay.
Tell us about that, because this is close to the western coast. It's seen, I'm right to say, as strategic in a sense. First of all, you talk about the makeup of the population, the significant Alawite community in Homs. It's also seen as a key eastern port city, close to the western coast, a key area strategically for
exactly. So in the mindset of the
Lunaire, I respect that, that mentality. I understand why you would feel that. I don't think Zelensky is going to put Ukraine through that meat grinder. It's crazy. It's ironic to me, really, because there's all this talk about he's going to capitulate. He's going to capitulate to Putin. I hope there's at least one person in that room that sits down with him and says, look, I know you want to help Putin out. You want that casino in Moscow, but you could actually, Russia is on its knees right now, economically, militarily, geopolitically. It's actually a great opportunity to show strength, to not destroy Russia by any means, not even close, but to put Russia in its place, to stop the momentum on their little projects that they have all across Europe and in Africa. It's like, hey, you could do to Russia what you did to COVID, right? I mean, that's how you'd sell it. He totally botched COVID, but he thinks, COVID was a big L or a big W for him, right? With the vaccine rollout, Operation Lightspeed, one of the few half decent policies he actually did implement, right? See, this orange a-hole did the most awkward, stupid power move handshake with Macron today. He loves his little aggressive handshake, right? And world leaders know full well about it, so they shake him right back. Justin Trudeau bitched him last time.
Of the Syrian regime of Bashar al-Assad.
You've seen North Korean soldiers? Shit.
It's a city that is very close to Damascus, the capital city, on the same road, which we call the road of Damascus.
World leaders have no...
And as you said...
Here's the thing. If you're pissed off at your world leader or a world leader for buddying with Trump, they got no fucking choice. And the obvious strategy, look, if anybody who knows, who's doing political analysis, right, you go like, okay, the Americans stupidly voted him in again. How do we deal with him? The first thing they're going to say is flattery. Get in front of whatever criticism that, people are going to be in his ear telling, he said this about you. He said that about you. Get in front of that, flatter this guy, reach out to him, congratulate him. Don't speak in a negative way right now, because, you see that right now with Canadian politics. It's really interesting because they're like, yeah, these tariffs are really bad. We're absolutely going to fight against them. But also, we'll meet and we'll have a talk, and it was very cordial, and right. That's how you deal with Trump. You suck the D. Okay. And here's the thing though, you can make it really work to your advantage. He's happy to give you special favors arbitrarily. If you kiss the ring. Okay. And in the world of geopolitics, that's great. That's a shortcut. That's easy. Yeah, we can pretend. Oh yeah, I can pretend to give you fealty. I can pretend to suck your dick. Are you gonna drop that tariff? While all the other economies are choking, and you're gonna give us a special exemption on that tariff? Oh yeah, sure. Oh, you're so great. I'll lie to you all day. Our 51st state. Not even close. I think Americans would be surprised at just how much they import from Canada. Some pretty essential stuff like oil,
According to the regime, it's part of this area that goes from the coast to this line, Damascus-Homs, and which is considered by really the protected area of the regime. So if the rebels had arrived to this areas,
Lenny,
then it's the very survival of the regime that is at stake.
I just wonder what...
because here's the thing. I agree with journalists talking to politicians. It pertains to Joe and Mika, Lenny talking about Morning Joe. I agree with journalists talking to people that they personally disagree with, or, that kind of stuff. So it's not necessarily them going out to have an interview. But if you watch the interview, it was a bunch of softballs. And the main reason why they went out there is because they're scared about their jobs. They kissed the ring early because they want to keep their jobs. It's not them being principled journalists. It's them trying to protect themselves. That's the big problem here. It's, you know, if this was Mika and Joe being principled and they're like, okay, Donald Trump, you want to be foolish enough to sit down with us? That's great. And then they start drilling him on January 6th and on the sex stuff and, you know, all the, you know, the guilty, you know, 31 convictions and all that. That's great. But they didn't do that. They went out and just did kind of, you know, they pretended to be hard on a few things, but really it was a really nice, cordial interview. It's about them protecting their power, about them protecting their little. And what's funny is MSNBC is splitting off Morning Joe. I don't know if Morning Joe is going to be its own channel or something. It's going right in the tank. Ain't no one watching that shit. Ain't no one watching that shit. It's going to be a total disaster. And quite frankly, you know, if Trump destroys MSNBC, what are we losing? You know, Rachel Maddow, Chris Hayes, Jen Psaki, Joy Reid. I could go on. All of them. All of them. The only one that used to be worth a damn was Mehdi Hassan, and then they kicked him out because he was telling the truth about Israel. That's, you know. I'm not going to shed a tear for MSNBC, you know. And I'm certainly not going to be subscribing to Rachel Maddow's fucking blog and Joe and, you know, Morning Joe's channel, their streaming service. Good luck. Good luck.
You think of the ability of the Assad government. There was a moment, wasn't there, last Saturday, where there was a question about whether or not his government had been toppled. He disappeared. It was seen that the Iranian foreign minister came to see him. Then he...
Homs has fallen. Homs has fallen. Say what? All right, hold on. Let's see if we can get a Hamsar. 11 hours ago. Close in on Homs. 10 hours ago. Let's see if we can get anything here. Last hour. Here we go. 39 minutes ago, Syrian opposition fighters began entering the city of Homs. So, Ken, this video was put out 40 minutes ago. They've just started entering. There's no way that they've taken it already. Yeah, Birdman. They drove across it. They were uncontested? They were uncontested. No way. Light resistance? What? Well, goddamn. Syrian rebels seize parts of capital as government forces flee. Syrian government on the verge of collapse. This is in a different language.
Ces manifestants.
No, okay, that's just a report.
The Syrian government appears to be at risk of falling.
So, I mean, Markov, you know, I got a feeling that you're correct, but this could also be Syrian regime forces saying, let them take Ham, fall back to Damascus, give us more time, right? This gives us more time to consolidate, gives us more time to set up a defense. It might be that, but it doesn't really seem like that. It doesn't seem like a preemptive retreat to build a more solid foothold surrounding Damascus. It feels like a wildly uncoordinated, right? Probably, you know, Bashir al-Assad, you know, screaming, you know, get out there, fight to the last man, and everyone being like, bro, I'm not fighting. Fuck this. I'm not getting shot in the face by a guy screaming Allah Akbar. I'm not doing that today. The boss ran away. They're headless. Yeah, it's too late. I think you're right. I think you're right, but
of the capital Damascus
there is a slight chance.
Flee.
There is a slight chance.
Our Middle East
Iran got him out of there yesterday. Yeah.
Correspondent Eric Torchek has more.
The situation in Syria is moving so fast, it's really difficult to draw definitive conclusions about how things stand. But we do know that there's very fierce fighting occurring in the strategically important city of Homs, north of Damascus. We know that battles there have been going for some time between opposition groups and government forces. And we've also seen that residents in parts of Damascus have occupied the streets. They're tearing down posters of President Assad, and it looks like the government has lost control in many.
That's the thing with these goofballs. They spend more time doing this than anything else. You know, putting up posters and statues and all this, right? Look at the state of the building, right? Look at the state of the buildings. No love lost for this piece of shit at all.
Key parts of the capital. There's videos of soldiers, government soldiers, abandoning their positions, throwing off their uniforms and retreating. And also reports that 2,000 government soldiers crossed the border.
Well, now these guys have to govern. First thing they're going to try to do is, of course, secure all the government buildings. But then, it's really, then they got to start the legitimacy game. They got to, that's why they got to avoid the civilian deaths. They got to avoid all the Sharia law talk. They got to get right back to status quo. Okay. I mean, start governing immediately, right? And then start asking for legitimacy. Because it's going to be, it's a hard sell for Western democracies to legitimize these Muslim governments,
into Iraq. They've fled Syria entirely. The Syrian armed forces have denied these reports, and the Syrian State News Agency has also denied rumors that President Bashar al-Assad has left the country. But it shows you how bad things are when the state media and state agencies are forced to make these denials. We do know that opposition groups have also advanced in other parts of the country as well. It's clear that the government has now lost the east of the country around Deir ez-Zor, and has also lost areas in the south. Sweda and Daraa have apparently entirely been vacated by government troops.
Wow.
So it looks like the government of Bashar al-Assad is in real trouble, no matter how the fighting in the city of Homs progresses.
On to Damascus, boys.
Now, this is obviously of great concern to regional powers and powers right around the world like Russia and the United States. The Russian government says it's prepared to continue supporting its ally in Syria, but so far the effectiveness of that support, particularly airstrikes, it hasn't.
Major blow for Iran. Their alliance of resistance, Hamas, Hezbollah, and Lebanon and Syria, has been decimated. Well, it's always been a joke. I mean, just look at their tactics. Oh, we'll sneak up at your border, shoot off a couple fireworks, and then sneak back in. We'll give a extreme religious terrorist organization, Hamas, a bunch of weapons. I mean, it's so crazy. If Iran should have looked at, okay, why is Bibi Netanyahu supporting Hamas? Why is this beneficial to Bibi Netanyahu? Why is he trying to, separate? Iran should have seen that, splitting up Fatah's power, the PLO's power, was going to be detrimental to them. But I guess does Iran have some kind of problem with the Palestinian Authority, with Fatah? Is that what's going on? So they'd rather go along with Bibi Netanyahu's divide and conquer plan in Palestine to help support a terrorist organization that got its ass kicked the moment it stuck its head out of the fucking sand? So good fucking riddance. Good fucking riddance to this whole thing, to this whole idea that you can change the world with Islamic violence. Enough.
Stopped the opposition advance, and it doesn't look like Russia has been able or willing to provide any more support.
What they all end up useful idiots for the big powers. These so-called Islamic terrorists or Islamic leaders. They're all just pawns in these larger guys' game.
support than it's already been giving. Iran, a key player in Syria, has simply been unable to lend the kind of support to the Syrian government that saw it stay in power earlier in the civil war. And the United States, President-elect Donald Trump has made a statement on Syria saying that he wants the US to stay out. He says it's not the US fight. He wants the US to let things play out there. So there's high-level talks underway in Qatar, the Gulf state, tonight, discussing the future of Syria.
Don't get involved. Don't get involved. This is considered good statescraft. I mean, I don't know, because what do we want the United States to do? I guess. I mean, it really does depend on, does the United States want to legitimize this rebel group? Likely not, because they're brown and they're Islamic, so that must mean they're the Taliban, even though they fought and killed, ISIS. 4 more years of this at the least. 4 more years of this.
Syria and what's going to happen, but really the situation on the ground is what matters. That's changing very rapidly, and it looks like the 54-year rule of the Assad family may be nearing its end.
Wow. History right in front of us, folks. Wild.
Airstrikes that we saw in 2015, 2016. What we're seeing now doesn't come close to it.
So I just wanted to show just a couple seconds of this video here, just as you can see some really amazing footage.
Defending the Assad regime as it was, a decade ago. I think we saw, Sergei Lavrov, the Russian foreign minister, was speaking in Doha just a few hours ago. And he, conceded that potentially there is a Syria without Assad. Now, that's a line which would have been unheard of from a Russian official 6 or 7 years ago.
Now, rebels in Syria have reached the outer suburbs.
Yeah, no, I mean, I think Russia's dropping this. I mean, it's they're basically already out of time to reinforce the regime. Even if they pulled out all the stops right now, how much time would they actually have to set up, and dig in? Hours.
Of Damascus. Sky News is reporting they're about 10 kilometers away from the center, and also there are reports that they have toppled a statue of Bashar al-Assad's father. Well, joining us now is Gareth Brown, a journalist with The Economist in Beirut. Gareth, good afternoon.
Yeah, Clutch, yeah.
Afternoon, thanks for having me
enemy of my enemy,
the rebels are reportedly only 10 kilometers from Damascus. Tell us what is going on in the region.
10 kilometers, wow.
Well, things are moving at real breakneck speed. And this morning we saw really significant gains by the Syrian opposition in southern Syria. So yesterday they took Deraa, which is the main city on the south, the south, not far from the border with Jordan. And now we see them taking towns sort of on the southern fringes of Damascus. And this is significant because thus far the advances have mainly been from the north. We saw Aleppo, Syria's second.
I mean, unless they got some big surprises in Damascus, unless they've been saving up and they got some big surprise in Damascus, it does look like it's over.
Largest city fall almost overnight. We've seen them advancing into Homs, another key city in the heart of the country. But what we're seeing today and yesterday is really this whole new front open up in the south. So this is no longer a single line of advance. We have Damascus being pressed from the north, from the south, and also by groups from the east. And frankly, I'm scared to give you any information because by the end of this call, it's almost out of date. But with every hour that ticks by, it seems harder and harder to see how Bashar al-Assad's regime can really survive this.
Looking at the wires and the news agencies, what we understand is that the Syrian president denies fleeing Damascus, his office saying that he is still in the capital city. Is this a case of Bashar al-Assad having been abandoned by the allies of Syria? We had Russian aircraft bombing the rebels earlier on this week. Of course, Syrian president has always had the assistance of Iran. What's happened?
Yeah, we're going to need some proof on that one. That would be pretty interesting, Clutch Cargo.
I think he has been abandoned. I think he has been abandoned by his kind of closest allies. We know he was in Abu Dhabi, just days ago, basically begging for help. That bore nothing. There's been phone calls to Russia, to Iran. And, as you mentioned there have been Russian aircraft striking rebel positions in Aleppo and in Hama. But it's been very lackluster, and you really get the feeling, speaking to officials working on Syria, but also people in Syria, that the ferocity of Russian airstrikes that we saw in 2015,
So these women are, I think they're quite joyful. I think they're quite happy at what's happening.
16. What we're seeing now doesn't come close to it. There's a sentiment that Russia's heart really isn't in defending the Assad regime as it was, a decade ago.
They just don't have the. I mean, look, their economy, Russia's economy. We've reported on it. It's starting to hurt, starting to hit them. They are bringing in troops from North Korea. All they have is meat. All they have is meat. A steady supply of Russian dummies willing to die for nothing. But that's really their only advantage. We're hearing reports of 2,000 Russian soldiers dying every day. Some of the days. Not every single, day has a 2,000 Russian death count. But there have been some days where estimated around 2,000 Russian soldiers dead. Those numbers are actually crazy. We haven't seen that shit since World War II. Yeah, so Syrian rebel forces reached Damascus suburbs, so this is in the south.
News coming into us, and Syria opposition activists and a rebel commander are reported to have reached the suburbs of the Syrian capital, Damascus. And
I mean, to all those people that are, we get them once in a while in the chat that are like, oh, I think it's funny what's happening in America. I think it's, I watch politics as entertainment. It doesn't affect me here. I live in a different country. It's like, no, it can absolutely hit you. What's happening in Syria has everything to do with what's happening in Ukraine, and Ukraine has everything to do with America, right? Ukraine wouldn't have been able to defend itself without America's influence. So don't get it twisted. We are very much connected globally. A-10s. Okay, this is the evidence. Defense news. A-10s are being spotted in Syria. Here's how they're being used. Aren't these the things that go brrrr? USA is purposely connected globally. Yeah, it's intentional. Yeah. It's not an accident. It's a system they build and reinforce. Wow, okay, so there you go. So are these being flown by Americans? Is that what they're trying to say here? Or are these some planes that America sold some other country? Wait, did I hear the Bert? Hold on. No, sorry, that was not the sound of a machine gun. That was the sound of a cow. Thank you, Markov. It does appear to be launching countermeasures, though. These are, so it is worried about being shot down. Interesting. Okay, very interesting stuff. Like I said, my question is, okay, so who's, are Americans flying these planes, or? Yeah, so according to this article, they're saying the Americans are flying these planes. But Americans killing Hezbollah members, that's just helping the Israeli military. A-10 is not sold. Okay. All right, all right. Joe Biden's worried about escalation, though, guys. He's just such a smart he's so good at statescraft, Joe Biden, He really knows how to deal with the world's bullies. I was expecting a Bert, but all I got was a Murr. Welcome back, Promethean.
These pictures coming into us of a toppling of a statue of President Bashar al-Assad's father in the suburbs of Damascus. So we believe around 10 kilometers or so from the city centre, a significant moment in this war, which has been raging on for more than a decade, of course, reminiscent, this imagery of that moment. The statue of Saddam Hussein.
It's a cheap-ass statue.
Toppled.
Look at this cheap-ass statue, dude. Look how thin that is. They're able to pull that. This thing should be like hundreds of pounds, and they got a couple dudes just picking it up with their hands and dragging it. Look how thin that is.
On for more than a decade.
They got that statue off Wish. Look at this. Look how cheap this shit is. Hold on.
Of that moment, the
See if I can...
statue of Saddam Hussein.
Oh, right there. That's it. Right there. Hold on. Right there. Look how thin that is. He's putting up cheap posters and statues instead of, people are fucking, they don't even have running water and they're fucking, hey, can I have a toilet? No, but I got you some cheap-ass statue, $500. Shrinkflation. Flown by Americans. We have about 1,000 military. Okay. That's interesting. I Americans out there, American pilots killing Hezbollah members. I'm not hearing much about that. Yeah, paper mache.
Was once toppled in Iraq, of course. Well, these
look at that. They're just carrying that shit around, dude. That's crazy. That is so cheap. Look how cheap that is.
Watching on, filming as activists, rebels, and various groups work together, moving into.
Dude, look at that. Look how they're just pushing it. He's just pushing it. Human force pushing it. Wow. I mean, that says, no problem, Lenny. That says everything about the Assad regime. A cheap, thin, hollow edifice easily ripped apart by human hands. I mean, that's it right there. That's the whole story, is that fucking 5-second clip
and
right here.
Various groups work together, moving into various major cities across Syria. These are not small and insignificant places. These pictures, of course, from the suburbs of the capital.
One guy just horking on it from the front. Wow.
Damascus. But over the last 10 days or so, we have seen a resurgence as rebel groups strengthen. We first heard of their entry into Aleppo. Then we had reports that they were going to move towards Hama. And then this morning, we broke the news that there were reports that rebel groups were entering the city of Homs. Clearly, a major resurgence, a major movement. And now we are seeing these images coming to us from the capital, Damascus, where there are reports that Bashar al-Assad has...
That's interesting. Knighted Tomb. Yeah, that's interesting. I'll take your word for that. No offense, Clutch Cargo. It's just like, whoa, really? I didn't... Because I haven't heard that anywhere on media... that the United States is flying planes. Of course, we're helping Israel, right? Do all that stuff, but actual United States, putting their lives at risk there. Because if any of those planes are shot down, I mean, that's going to be big news.
Either left his presidential palace or the capital.
I don't think it's made out of metal. Simply Steve. I don't think it's made out of metal, dude. I think it's made out of like cheap plasters.
The Syrian state news agency is reporting that to be false news and that he continues to work. We are keeping
It's like cheap clay-colored plastic.
An eye on that for you, and we'll bring more on what's happening inside Syria as and when we get it.
He's snapping it. Like a fucking like a shell on an M&M. You know? He's just horking on that bitch from the front. And they've already chipped away. Yeah, this thing's made out of plastic. Wow. I mean, that really does say it. I mean, that is the symbolism, the symbolism. It really is something else. People in Irvine, Damascus are storming the government buildings and checkpoints. Same is reported from the surrounding towns of Harastia, Duma, Jaramania. So this is where shit gets hairy. You know, you start stringing people up, you know, you start killing people, you start, you know, you're doing that kind of stuff. And no money, no honey over here from the international community. But like I said, they already have a pretty big uphill battle. I think HIS or HTS, whatever, already is considered a terrorist operation by the United States. You know, they've already classified it as terrorist because of their previous connections to Al-Qaeda there. So this is interesting. So Mr. Drippy Drip over here with his very expensive Versace hoodie. It's probably a ripoff. You know it's a ripoff. Probably not. Maybe. Who knows? But homie over here with the Versace is apparently a relative of Assad getting taken away. Wait. Okay, I thought it was this guy. Okay. That's a bit of a twist. I thought it was this Mr. Drippy Drip. This guy's not getting hung. Just to let you know, he is not getting hung by the neck. They have him strung up. He's just being showed off. He's like a war trophy. But he's alive. Yeah, he's alive. They just got him hooked up. This is okay. This is what you got to, because look, you got a lot of pissed off people. You got a lot of pissed off people, okay? They want blood. They would kill him, right? They want to stomp him out. How can you sell it to Twitch? What's going through his mind? Well, he's probably what's going through his mind is I'm really glad that this rope isn't around my neck. That could have been Mike Pence. But no, this is to calm the crowd down, right? We got him. You can see him. Spit at him. Throw some rocks at him. Okay, swear at him. Go crazy. Don't shoot at. He's not a target. They just start shooting at him. Oh boy. But I think this is just to be like a trophy, a war trophy. Allah Akbar. Allah Akbar. Yeah, okay. 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 On to the next topic. That's all I got on Syria. Wow. Okay. Assad has fallen. Good. So yeah, that's all I got on Syria. Assad has fallen. Likely. Class war? That's the next subject. So we've all heard about it. United Healthcare CEO who has more blood on his hands than any Russian general. Easily. You know, we're talking about a CEO that implemented policies that rejected healthcare for tens of thousands, millions, hundreds of thousands, millions maybe of people. United Healthcare, one of the highest rejection rates of any of the health insurance companies, calling people up on their deathbed. Yep, we're not going to cover that surgery. We're not going to cover this. You're screwed. Fuck you. There's a direct correlation between medical debt and suicide, but also just people not getting the medical outcomes that they deserve, people dying early because they can't afford care. You know, talking about this guy. So here he is in hell, where last time I checked, last time I checked, God, if God exists, which he doesn't, but a lot of people believe that he does, so let's play along. Last time I checked, it doesn't matter if you pull the trigger or not. God doesn't care about that, right? So what I'm trying to say this though is that I don't agree with assassinations. I don't agree that this is how the left, if what we think is true is that this was motivated because of politics. It wasn't just a random thing, he put the depose, defend on the fucking shell casings, and so that's, everyone is speculating that this guy had some kind of motivation. And look, I mean, you're hard pressed to find a guy, a guy that's as I said before, more responsible for death and suffering. It's totally institutionalized, totally normalized. Guys like this get people killed every single day by the hundreds. It's not even exaggerating. Not even exaggerating. The Blue Cross Blue Shield guys, they just pulled back on a new policy that would have limited covering anesthesia. So the doctor says, yeah, we got to put him under for 2 hours of anesthesia. Insurance company says, you could have done it in an hour. We're only going to cover an hour. So, one day after this guy gets assassinated, Blue Cross Blue Shield comes out and says, okay, we're not going to do the anesthesia thing right now. We'll do it in a couple months once everything's died down. Maybe after the holidays. Maybe after the holidays, then we'll do that. Things are too hot right now. Apparently, a lot of these CEOs are getting bodyguards and stuff. So, but back to what I was saying, I don't agree that this is how the left solves problems. What I will say is that this kind of stuff is inevitable if you treat society like this. You treat people like this. You create a system like the one that they've created. You treat human life with this kind of callousness, which he did gleefully, happily, with a big fucking warm smile, telling sick people on their deathbed, you're going to have to suffer more. Your family's going to have to pay me more. Wildly rich, filthy rich, extravagantly rich, obscenely rich, and it's never enough. Never enough. You treat people like this, you treat society like this. This kind of shit is inevitable. It's not a threat. It's an observation that if you treat people like this, you treat society like this, you treat human life like this, every dog has his day. So that's my opinion on the whole situation. This person's song kind of perfectly encapsulates how I feel. I think this was posted in the chat by Woke Patriot, possibly. But give yourself a shout out if you posted this in the chat. I think maybe I posted this, I'm not sure. But I feel like this perfectly encapsulates my feelings.
Besides the shooting of a healthcare CEO, violence ain't the answer. We must never sink that low. And big business can't be threatened. Make a ticket, wait in line. But if you need medication during chemo, that's denied. Can't we all just use the system? Here's appeals you can submit. Don't be moved by all these kids having an epileptic fit. Was the gunshot pre-existing? Please hold while we decide. Algorithms for your children, what's the value of their life? So to healthcare CEOs, this is scary stuff today. You should never have to face the things your customers all face. So if you don't like the violence that was done to you today, we appreciate your feedback. Here's a survey you can take.
Wow. Good stuff. Kid still got it. Kids Still Got It. That's a classic protest song. That's a classic protest song. Right? Kids Still Got It. Lovely, lovely stuff. And yeah, that kind of perfectly, encapsulates my feelings, So I heard a discussion of Matt Stoller in the chat. He did, that's where I pulled this picture from here. He wrote an article December 6th, yesterday. An assassin showed just how angry America really is. Worked in hospitals 20 years, and OR teams have implemented huddles before they perform the surgery. They talk about the patient, they family, basically humanize it. It's not just another day at work. Yeah. The delegitimization of the health of healthcare professionals, especially during COVID, was really disgusting. But just to give you an idea of just how slimy this guy was, how unapologetic he was, how eager he was to fuck you over, to make you suffer, to make you pay more. Claim denial rates by insurance companies. So you got Kaiser the lowest, UHC 32%. Apparently this guy was an advocate for AI. He had implemented an AI with according to some articles, a 90% error rate. So just a big blanket, right? Just a computer, unaccountable computer program, just denying everybody's claim, hoping that most people won't go through the rigmarole of calling them up and challenging the claim and fighting against it, and call after call after call. You're left on hold for hours, sitting in a hospital bed on hold with the insurance company. Thousands of Americans are doing it right now because of people like this, because of scum like this. And yes, scum. Happy to make you go through with it. Happy to, with a smile on his face. And then he takes a good chunk of that money, dumps it right back into lobbying to make it even harder for you to fight back against his greed, against his murderous intent. So once again, I am not advocating for violence. I am simply pointing out 1 + 1 = 2. And if you push society this hard, you treat human life like this, eventually somebody who has been affected, who lost their wife, who lost their family, who lost their mother, is going to take the law into their own hands. What about his second yacht's feelings? Yeah, well, his wife will make sure her new husband is taken care of on it. Yeah, Lenny, 100%. It's called being wealthy enough that deductibles don't matter. Exactly. Yeah, Zeoduke, yeah. You don't have to use our services if you don't want to. Yeah, because, I wanted to die in screaming agony on the streets. That's what I wanted to do. Kicked out of my home because I can't pay my rent. Can't pay my bills. So ABC News did one of those interesting timeline. Sorry, I'm having like a sinus infection literally the second I hit start stream, and then my teeth start hurting, and I get a headache, and my fucking sinuses are going up. So I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm a fucking mess right now. Every fucking time. I'm just so tired, okay? I'm so tired of being sick. I've been sick for months. I've been sick for months, man. The moment I get better, my kid gives me another disease. My kid's nose has been running nonstop since the first day of daycare. Since the first day of daycare, his nose has been like a faucet. Yeah, I need immunoboosters. I need some marijuana. But anyway, so here's a cool video that ABC, right, Zeoduke? It's just like It's in there. I've been sick for 12 years and they still don't know if MS or not. Shit is annoying. I'm sorry to hear that, Promethean. That's far worse than anything I have. Daycare is bacteria breeding grounds. I'm telling you, man. I'm telling you. Like, the time is this, that I get from him being a daycare is essential for me to, live a life. But I have literally been sick since we've started daycare every single day. The moment we get a little bit better, we get sick again. I swear to God. Okay, I'm going to go get some more water. I'm going to play this really cool video timeline of all the events that happened. Okay, just real quick. People are saying, oh, he's Jason Bourne. And, Woke Patriot is making those points. He's making some really good points. Here's the thing, guys. Took the mask off. He knows damn well at some coffee shop or something. I don't know exactly where, but took the mask off anywhere. Homie, you taking the mask off? No. Drop the backpack, potentially drop the backpack somewhere. I'm not convinced that this guy's a professional. I'm more convinced that this guy is a sociopath. That he didn't panic, calm as a cucumber, took that motherfucker's life, put 3 down, walked away, Jason Bourne style, not making a big scene, right? Just kind of walking away casually, locked his bike. Took the city bike into the Central Park and then locked it afterwards. Security, did he take the picture? It's what you got to do with those e-bikes. You got to take a picture. So I think he's sociopath. I think he can, he's one of these mentally ill guys that can take a life and, not really think about it. You're not convinced the smiling guy is also the shooting guy. Interesting angle. Yeah. But here's the thing, guys. He planned it out enough, right? He had the gun, he put the messages on the casings, had the target, he knew where the target was going to be. He had the getaway, the bike ready to go, hopped on that bitch. It's so funny. He says, don't worry. He's cruising through Central Park after assassinating a CEO. So yeah, I mean, that does require some amount of intelligence. It does require some amount of homework, planning, okay? Mastermind, if he's the guy smiling, if he's the smiling guy, if he left his backpack behind, not a mastermind, not a professional. Intelligent, somewhat intelligent, not a mastermind. If the smiling guy is not him, and that's not his backpack, and homie, rode an e-bike, to the bus station, hopped on a bus, and he's in a completely different state, okay, now we can talk about professional, legit. But if he left the backpack behind, took the mask off at some store to get a fucking chai tea, I'm leaning more towards mentally ill sociopath. So that's kind of where I'm at. I'm going to get some water. I'll be right back.
It's around 6:44 a.m. local time on December 4th in New York City. Local authorities receive a call.
Yeah, Promethean,
Gunshots fired outside the Hilton Hotel in Midtown.
Be right back.
Got a male shot outside of the hotel. No prep description at this time.
The CEO of one of the biggest health insurers in the country was just gunned down in the middle of Manhattan in what would later be identified as a targeted hit. A manhunt is underway for the gunman who is at large, but here's what we know so far about the suspect's movement before and after the killing. It's December 4th, around 5 a.m. local time, nearly 2 hours before the shooting, and the suspect is seen outside this hostel on West 103rd Street on the Upper West Side, according to surveillance footage reviewed by local authorities. Police later released these images of the suspect, whom authorities believe is seen flirting with a desk clerk in the hostel lobbies days before the shooting. 6:15 a.m. In this surveillance footage, police sources tell ABC News an individual who appears to be the suspect is seen leaving a subway station just 3 blocks away from where the crime would unfold moments later. These surveillance photos show the suspect at a Starbucks sometime before the shooting. His face is partially covered. The exact time of this sighting has not yet been confirmed. 6:29 a.m. a person who appears to be the suspect walks past a parking lot on West 54th Street, just 50 meters away from the site of the shooting. 6:44 a.m. The victim, 50-year-old Brian Thompson, the CEO of United Healthcare, is seen walking towards the Hilton Hotel, where the company's annual investors conference is set to take place. The masked gunman comes up behind Thompson and shoots him in the back. Nearby witnesses would later describe the suspect as holding a gun with a silencer. Surveillance footage shows the gunman continuing to shoot Thompson as he walked towards him, stopping to clear a gun jam before firing again. Police tell ABC News the shooter first fled on foot and then got on an electric bike heading north towards Central Park. 6:48 a.m., officers arrive and find Thompson on the sidewalk with gunshot wounds to the leg and back. He is taken to a hospital where he would later be pronounced dead. Police called the killing brazen, targeted, and premeditated.
The shooter appears to be a light-skinned male. He's wearing a light brown or cream-colored jacket, a black face mask, black and white sneakers, and a very distinctive gray backpack.
Just before 7 a.m., a person who appears to be the suspect is seen on the Upper West Side riding a bike. He's heading west, away from Central Park.
So that's not a, I'm back by the way, that's not a one of those bikes that you rent. That's just one that you would have to buy.
He appears to no longer be carrying a backpack. Police say they are closing in on releasing the name of the suspect, but he remains at large. The bullet casings found at the scene had the words "deny, defend, and depose" written on them. The motive for the deadly attack still remains
Yeah, Clutch Cargo, fuck health insurance companies, right?
Unknown, police sources tell ABC News. A $10,000 reward is being offered for information regarding the suspect.
So yeah, if this is him, if this is the guy, welcome back, Ford. It's good to see you. If this is the guy, not a mastermind, shut up. You know, you're Jason Bourning the whole thing. You got a fucking silencer. You got the whole thing. And then you're just like, la, 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 la. Yeah, I'm just waiting around for my target. I'm about to do a hit, you know. You know. Casual. He's got his elbow. How you doing, honey? Yeah, you know, I'm just waiting for this rich guy. I'm going to fucking plug him 3 times, tell you what. Yeah. Didn't even wear gloves. Yeah, I will say this though: the cops still don't have him, and it's not like I was mentioning the Boston Marathon bombers in the Discord a couple days ago. You know how they, because they escaped for a little bit, and there was that manhunt. No, I think he's like squeaky clean, scot free at the moment. I don't think they have, well, I guess they look up the bus record, so they, there's only a certain amount of buses going out in certain directions, but maybe that's a decoy, could easily just get in the trunk of a car, and have someone drive, Yeah, Birdman. So the VA is not shit because socialized healthcare is shit. The VA is shit because it's intentionally underfunded because they want to see the privatization of the VA, right? So it's not an indication that socialized medicine is bad. It's just an indication that neoliberalism and corporate conservatism. I don't know why I said corporate, but conservatism, they're both attacking the Veterans Affairs. They're both interested in privatizing it. United Healthcare CEO shooter's meticulous planning has helped him evade police so far, experts say. So, anyway, just more evidence. Yeah, they think he got on a bus. Obviously, we've all seen the footage, they blur it out right here, but a couple seconds after this video, homie's like right here. He's, the rich guy, he's about right here, starts shooting him, and he stumbles, falls over. I think this person sees what's happening, like literally witnesses an assassination right in front of them. Must be totally wild. Gunman had no interest in this person at all, totally ignored him. Right? 2 more as the gunman walks away, goes up, to the left. But like I said before, I don't think it's a good thing. I don't really agree with these people. But look, what are you going to do? I mean, this, the people are allowed to react. People are allowed to react. Is that a Majin Buu beanie? Is homie spotting the Majin Buu beanie? Props to Majin Buu over here. Rebels, head of intelligence branches in Damascus, have completed their arrangements with us to control the capital. The rebels, yeah. So it's happening. Literally right now, as we speak, the Assad regime is collapsing. That's actually totally wild. We'll have to follow up on Syria before I leave.
There's like city bikes around here.
So what we're looking at is an assassination lookalike contest, I guess. I guess three people with enough balls to do this showed up. I don't see anybody else.
From what I hear. I feel like the police is going to come here. Really, the cops were like everywhere because they found the bag or whatever. I was like, damn, if I'd only been here like 5 minutes earlier.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Yeah, okay. All right, tough guy.
Let's see. Fuck 1, 2. Yeah, DDD. All that stuff.
Yeah, all that stuff. How about you figure out what the fuck you believe in, dude? Okay? If you're going to criticize the cops, fuck all the cops, fuck policing? Is that, you know what I mean? It's like, come on. We got it. We need to have a higher expectation. Look, he's young. I get it. He's young. Okay? You're allowed to be stupid when you're young, okay? But come on. Come on with this. You're not helping anybody with this fucking rhetoric.
Yeah. Take care of each other. Solidarity.
Yeah, okay, homie. Thanks so much. Anyway, assassination is not the answer, but with that said, you can't just kill thousands of people every single year. And just, it's all good. It's all good. Like I said, it's like, think of any other, who's killing more people, than insurance company, than health insurance company ghouls like that CEO who's making these decisions that absolutely affect people's lives. It's an AN answer, though. Stop trying to be Hassan Piker. Aw. But he's successful and people like him. So what you're saying to me is stop trying to be successful and stop trying to be successful, huh? Arms manufacturers next. Cops could have class conscience, but I doubt it. I mean, we can't expect that from especially the current makeup of the institution, which is far more likely to side with right-wing ideologies. One of Hassan is enough. We don't need people doing this in public parks, too. Oh, you're talking about him. Yes. Yeah. Hassan is pretty goddamn embarrassing. Hassan is pretty goddamn embarrassing. The whole Houthi thing. My God. All right. Neoliberalism. Let's talk about that. Yeah, buddy. Shut up. You want to talk about it. Chill your cheese. Chilled cheese is the best way to eat cheese. Wait, I take that back because I like melted cheese. Cheese in all forms is pretty good. U.S. health insurance companies are taking a full 25 cents for every healthcare dollar right off the top. And it goes right, it's just, right into assholes' pockets so that they can drive a Lambo. It's absurd. It's really quite despicable. Because people are dying. People are dying right now. Like I said, right now in America, in a hospital, all across the nation. There's some poor schmuck on the phone listening to, Celine Dion or something on the hold music, waiting for the insurance company to tell them, yeah, we're not going to cover this, we're not going to cover that. Yeah, Zio Duke, I love nachos. I don't know where I was going with that. Cheese chilled, cheese warm. Yum cheese. So many planes trying to escape Damascus just now. Well, give me some videos. Give me some clips. If you got some good clips, No room temp cheese. I think I can agree with that. Yeah, I'm cool with that. Flight radar. Oh, I don't care about that. Come on. Oh, shit. Is this real time? This can't be real time. The last 5 years, United Health Group has had 25% gross annual profit. Whoa, that's cool as hell. Cheese Whiz real cheese, or is it just pork? It's not real cheese. It's oil. Wow, they're kind of going, aren't they? Oh shit! How many are on flight? So we just have one right now. So we got 5 planes in the air. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This is crazy. We get this information real time. This is nuts. I didn't know you could do this. This is really cool. Okay, I mean, that is definitely a lot. I mean, is it a lot, though? I mean, here we have, Tel Aviv over here, Israel. They are getting in the air pretty quickly, though. They are getting in the air pretty fucking quickly. Wow. Interesting. All right. God, I hate talking about these idiots. Getting out of Dodge, yeah. It's over, folks. And this could be a good thing. I know Russia doesn't want this. Russia, Iran, they were happy to keep Assad around, right? Because he was a good little boy, did exactly as he's told. Expect it's oil barons and rich folk first, probably. They're probably already gone. All right, neoliberals. So Tim Waltz over here with a headline in the New York Times. He was a little surprised Trump won. And it's like, yeah, a clown like you would be surprised, right? I know he's so progressive. I get it. He was the compromise to us lefties, right? He's the reason why Kamala lost. Should have gone with a pro-Israel guy like Shapiro. Wouldn't have made a fucking difference. The moment he started being progressive, Kamala and her team said, knock it off. So he went back to pretending he was a football coach. But here he is over here. Little surprised. Wow. They'll never get it. All he did was exactly what he was told. That's all he did. He listened to the consultants, right? He listened to the so-called adults, the so-called experts in the room. He did the campaign exactly as he was told, and they fucking lost yet again to Trump. And it's so stupid coming out here. He's all shucks. I had no idea. Oh, I'm a dumbass. Oh, I had no idea. Wow. I'm totally oblivious to this. Yeah, we know, dude. And look, I get it. Yeah, he didn't treat kids like shit in his state. Okay, great. Comparatively quite progressive. so I shouldn't be complaining. But no, him saying he was a little surprised Trump won. The polls basically had Trump winning the entire time. Right? There was that small little Kamala bump when Joe Biden finally stepped out and people were relieved. So it goes back to what I'm constantly talking about. Every opportunity, special election, midterm election, presidential election, any opportunity we have to hold these people accountable, okay? If we're in a first past the post, shit sandwich and douche, which one do we pick situation, obviously we got to pick the lesser of two evils. Yeah, Taylor Swift didn't come through, right? She actually did. They all came through. They all said, we want Kamala. They just didn't do anything for free because it's all about that ching-ching. So, no, back to what I'm saying. Because what happens when we try to primary them, when we try to challenge them electorally, you can't, now's not the right time. You're helping the Republicans. You got to protect us. You owe us your vote. You're obligated to vote for us, regardless of how, kind of shitty, half-assed. It's a little 2% change. 2% change around the edges, technocratic. Don't worry, we took care of the corporations first. They're happy. You get a couple crumbs. We did that for you. Small incremental change, not enough. They need to be defeated electorally. And the ones that we can't defeat, we need to scare politically. I keep saying politically because I want to be very, very clear. We don't need to, we don't need to physically scare them, but we need to make them worried about their job. They need to start appealing to us. Yes, that means litmus tests, but it's called strategic voting. If you're in a first past the post situation, you're in a swing state, lesser two evils, you got no choice. You're in a midterm primary and you're selecting a Bernie Sanders style candidate or the corporatist neoliberal, go Bernie Sanders. You're one of these lucky Americans that actually gets ranked choice voting. Obviously, you put the progressive on top. You strategically vote, right? And participate locally in the local elections, in the midterms, of course. That's where real change, real radical change, you get AOC type change during the midterms in these local races. You can make it happen. Nina Turner was this close. Nina Turner, this fucking close, right? Nancy Pelosi worked overtime to kill Nina Turner. But these goofballs, and yeah, I'm going to put Tim Walz in the useful idiot goofball situation. Because, Mr. Football Coach, Mr. I care for kids. Yeah, but you still vote along with this neoliberal establishment. You won't call it out for what it is. And you're over here aw-shucksing when you should be like, yeah, we need serious change. Not like, well, I'm such a naive moron. I was completely blindsided by the obvious fascism in front of me. They need to be destroyed politically. Bernie-like candidates, Bernie Sanders-style politics, democratic socialism. Yes, is Bernie Sanders going to run for president again? No. But that's what we're looking for. It's not hopeless. We need to demand it. There are candidates that exist that can give that will deliver, that will give us what we want. And if they don't exist, we got to become one. Oh, that sucks. Oh, I don't want to do that. Oh, okay, well, enjoy your fascism. I mean, what do you want from me? You think if I had the magic fix everything button, I wouldn't be pressing it? Goddamn nose, completely clogged. So just another article here backing up what I'm talking about. Democrats in Resistance 2.0 are prepping for battle in courts. And what are the comment section filled with? You mean the court system that's been hijacked by Republicans? Democrats once again are proving how naive they are. So, yeah, they're talking about a court battle. Meanwhile, Donald Trump's going to install the most corrupt and political AG America has ever seen. It's going to be the exact opposite mentality of what Joe Biden had with Merrick Garland. They talk about lawfare, right? They're probably not going to say the word lawfare for the next 4 years because that's exactly what they're going to do, going after their political enemies. We don't know how far they're going to go, but we do know that they can go as far as they want. That's what we do know, is that they can do whatever the fuck they want, basically. The Supreme Court completely captured. Attorney General completely captured. The entire system seated with a bunch of partisans all throughout the chain. We saw Trump take advantage of it. And here's the Democrats with their big scheme. Kamala Harris, by the way, still sending out fundraising emails. And then this is the big plan. Oh, we're going to get them in a battle of the courts. Oh, so we got our liberal lawyers coming to save the day. We're going to defend the Constitution this way. They're not playing by the rules. We don't know it for certain, but there's a very high likelihood that Trump is not going to find himself impeded by the justice system, by the institutions that should be impeding him. That's the whole, like a big chunk of Project 2025 is, okay, what are the things getting in the way of a dictatorship, right? What are the institutions? What are the pillars that are reflexive against this kind of motion, against these kind of actions? Okay, priority number one, destroy those institutions. And we don't need to destroy the institution. We don't need to just say this institution no longer exists. You starve it, and then and then replace who you can with partisans. Okay, you make the institution basically just on paper, right? It doesn't really have any teeth. It does exactly as it's told, et cetera, right? You don't have to delete it, nuke it. You could just make it totally ineffective and just, bend it to your will. So that's a big part of Project 2025. Okay, there's going to be challenges, legal challenges, and other systemic challenges to this dictatorial aspiration. Attack them. This is how we do it. We have a solid plan that is on paper. They could do exactly as they promise. A lot of the stuff that they want to do to these institutions that are getting in their way, they don't have any restrictions. They can make these changes. Right? We're unelected officials, they can make changes and they're out. Thank you, Lenny. So what I'm getting at, it's not enough, not even close to enough. They're fucking clueless. They're still trying to hold on to their precious status quo. MSNBC over here doing the best they can to defend this neoliberalism. I used to warn that the neoliberals were creating a power vacuum that fascists are going to fill. I used to warn that was a possibility. That has happened. That prediction has become reality. And we are now in the worst case scenario where an extremist regime of right-wing maniacs have complete control over the government. The neoliberal establishment has completely failed to prevent fascism from installing itself with 100% power. Even now, probably Joe Biden could add more seats to the Supreme Court to make it less biased, and he refuses. Right? Even now, he could maybe install a different AG that, I don't know, might do something. I don't know, might go, because technically a lot of these people have committed treason. And an arrestable defense. It's one of the worst crimes you can commit in America, actually. So I'm babbling here a little bit. But the main point that I've always tried to make is that the neoliberals are not doing enough to stop fascism. And that if we don't do something about that, if we don't take over this party, they are going to open the door for fascism to have total control. That has happened. The worst case scenario is here. The fascists have total control in America. The neoliberals are a fart in the wind. And they're talking about legal challenges. You know, they're talking about, you know, in 2 years of the next election and 4 years, the next presidential election. What they should be talking about is, okay, here's the march. Here's the protest movement. Here's the real resistance, right? Because the environment that we're going in is undemocratic. How do we fight against this corrupt system? And if, they could never do that. They can't. You know, Joe Biden pats himself on the back for I marched with the unionists. I marched with the union. They're utterly pathetic and unprepared to fight against this. We're kind of left to our own devices here. Let's talk about the pardon. Let's talk about it. I know there's probably some of you that are like, it's not that bad. You literally, you know, there's people who are going to point out, oh, well, you literally just said that, you know, Joe Biden should use some of the undemocratic powers, you know, that the Supreme Court has given him. Not really. That wasn't what I was advocating for. What I was advocating for was installing an AG that goes after criminals that have committed crimes. Donald Trump committed treason and completely got away with it. None of the trials were even about treason. Sex stuff and property stuff. So no, I'm not even talking about politicizing and using lawfare. I'm talking about an AG who respects the law. So no, I'm not talking about Joe Biden. You know, the thing that I talked about with the Supreme Court, that's totally legal. You can add more seats. There's a process for it. You're not breaking any rules. So he pardoned his son after telling us time and time and time again, like half a dozen times at least, in front of the camera, I won't do it, never. With the squinty eyes, there was one, never. Whispering, never, I'll never do it. I'll never do it. So then he does it after Thanksgiving, after this crackhead begged him. And here comes all the neoliberal apologizers. Elie Mystal. Is this the black guy with the weird hair? I think I've seen. See a picture of him here. Yeah, I've seen this guy on MSNBC quite a bit. So that's his role. Defend the institution. Defend the hypocrisy. Because that's what this is. It's hypocritical. It's selfish. And yes, it opens it wide open for the right-wing idiots. Oh, Joe Biden, just as bad. We got nothing against this. It doesn't matter that this guy is happily voted for a guy that's, by the way, going to ban weed and ban abortion, two things that he absolutely loves. He loves fucking 19-year-olds and making them get abortions. He's done it a couple times, I'm sure of it. So happy to vote for the guy that has already pardoned a family member, as we all know, Jared Kushner, I believe. So he's already done that. And now he's like, oh, yeah, don't you ever tell me. You guys have the moral high ground. Same thing, both sides. And it's like, okay, I get the argument that, well, they're going to say that anyway. You know, even they were saying that before he pardoned Hunter, that it was like, oh, he still got off easy. It was still politicized. It was still lawfare. And, and there's the worry that the Republicans are going to, once they get into power, they're going to open up new cases and extend the amount of time, retry him for stuff. So that's why Joe Biden gave him immunity for crimes that haven't even happened yet, which is a really cute thing that presidents shouldn't be able to do. Presidents shouldn't be able to just say, you're blessed. You just can't. So what, if he commits murder, he's good? Is that what we're saying? He just smokes. It's Joe Biden, guys. He's the one that fucking did it. He's the one that did the CEO. He just got a free pass from daddy. Because, yeah, that's what the pardon says. It's like future crimes that he may or may not have even committed yet. Yeah, I mean, look, I totally agree that the charges were trumped up. That most of the time when people in his exact same situation were, in front of a judge, they got not slaps on the wrist, but they got fines, they got to go home, right? And the Trump installed judges did everything they could. It was absolutely a politicized, a politicized, not Joe Biden politicizing, but it was, corrupt judges, partisan judges. If Hunter goes down, he may blow the whistle on Joe. There's nothing to blow. He's a bog standard corrupt neoliberal, Joe Biden. There's nothing to blow. So I agree. No, I agree that him getting the book thrown at him is totally political. But you gotta this decision says everything about the neoliberal establishment. Talk a good game, but at the end of the day, me. It's always me. It's always my family, my fortune, my legacy. We saw this with Obama as well. I don't have time for stupid assholes, so you got to go, buddy. Bye-bye. I don't have time. You don't even know how to spell Obama correctly. You're over here just Obama. Right. Look, man. Oh, it's your son. If it was your son, you'd save him. If it was your son, you'd save him. No, I wouldn't. Democracy is if my son was going to get executed, and that's what you're hearing on MSNBC, he could die. Trump will throw him in jail forever. So that's you're hearing that kind of hyperbolic nonsense. I don't believe that. If I were Biden, I'd pardon Trump. Why? Why? It sounds like you're serious about that. Why? See, I know you're seriously. Why? Please tell me, because I don't get it. Why is this so bad? Because the criticism of Biden is that he's a liar. He lied to the country in his election, saying he was going to Build Back Better, didn't fight for it, told the country he was going to pass the Voting Rights Act, didn't fight for it, claimed he was a pro-union president, didn't really help the unions that much, In fact, lost major union support to Trump. MTG will lose her emotional support hog. She's always up to something. It's only a convention not to go after other presidents, so you know Trump would just ignore it and get vengeance. Well, I'm not sure, because he didn't do that his first term for one reason or another, but he had a bunch of institutional blocks to prevent him from doing that kind of shit in his first term. Stuff that will not be there or have been weakened and can get out of his way. They've been corrupted or can be corrupted. So no, I mean the problem is that this guy is seen as a liar who's told the whole world, I'm pro-union, I'm pro-American people, my economy's so good, you know, I've contained the global chaos, even though he totally hasn't. He's shown zero leadership. Let Israel do whatever the hell they want, full-blown genocide, and, you know, help Ukraine, but not help them enough. Just enough for them to keep going, but not enough to win. Among many other failures geopolitically from Joe Biden. And then a nice little, you know, just like when he got out of Afghanistan and did a little, horrible tragedy, you know, blew up a bus that had a bunch of kids in it, driven by a pro-American guy who helped the Americans in Afghanistan, right? Put a nice little chunk of shit on top of that Dookie Sunday. So right on his way out, and he doesn't, and this is really okay. This is the biggest egregious sin. Okay, this motherfucker tells us I can't do shit about the filibuster, tradition, status quo. We can't change. We just can't change. Motherfucker can't do shit about the Supreme Court. Status quo, can't change. Don't want to rock the boat. Supreme Court says presidents are kings and can actually do whatever the hell they want. He immediately, next day, comes out and says, I won't touch it. I won't touch it. I won't touch it. But for my crackhead son, yeah, okay. Okay. Okay, my crackhead son. Not for the good of the nation. Not for democracy. Not for liberty. Not for the American people. My crackhead son. My spoiled, pampered crackhead son. Filibuster's still in place. Supreme Court completely corrupted. Fascist about to roll in and completely transform America. You know, he's there. You know, there's some judges. There's some judges getting approved. Tommy Tuberville has been able to block all these military appointments the entire time. DeJoy still works at the post office. You know what I mean? Can't touch it. Can't touch it. You know, status quo. Can't touch it. Don't want to rock the boat. Okay, just this one time for my crackhead son. This action totally undermines everything that I've said about me and my administration and what I believe in. Look, I don't think I'm exaggerating, but I think when history, you know, in a couple decades takes a look at Joe Biden, they're going to take a shit on this man. They're going to say he was one of the, you know, least effective, autopilot, zero leadership. I think that's what they're going to say. And it's so ironic because he cares so much about his legacy. And I think his legacy is one of you know, of just, you know, had potential. He could have made change. He could have been a leader, and he didn't do it. He had the power was on the table. You know, he could have played the game, and he didn't. Yeah, Lenny. I mean, it's just, yeah. I think that's what history is going to say about Joe Biden. So those are my feelings on the pardon, because I get it. Yeah, it's totally political. you know, should have been a fine, you know, and he got thrown in jail for it. And yes, there was a potential that the Republicans could have opened up new cases and kept him in jail. And yeah. But what about democracy, Joe? You know, what about what about this fucking country that you fucking care so much about? Look at, you got American flags all over you, right? You care so fucking much, except you don't really at the end of the day. When the rubber hits the fucking road, right? I've said it a few times today. But when the rubber hits the goddamn road, what does he actually care about? Trump will crumble in the wind during his presidency. Leaves the window open too wide. I don't know. I don't think so. Not right now. I don't know. He does look pretty frail as of late, but that was, you know, after the long election. So, hey, dude, Joe Biden was childhood friends with Hammurabi. No. I think 4 years ago we were told Joe Biden was the best choice. Think about it. Might have been better off with Trump winning 2020 because we'd have rid of him for sure now, and we'd have a proper primary. Interesting. It's kind of an interesting point because Project 2025 wasn't as established as it was by the end of the Biden administration, by the end of that 4 years. Yeah. Interesting idea. So I've said my piece about this hypocritical piece of shit, but yet he's over here. Don't the Democrats can never say that they have the moral high ground ever again because the president pardoned his son, something the guy that I voted for has already done. I'm really smart. Really smart. I'm voting for the anti-abortion, anti-weed party. Even though I get my girlfriends to have abortions and I smoke weed every day. I voted for that. Don't you ever tell me that you have the moral high ground. Ever. I mean, how many people is Trump going to pardon? You know? How many? This is really good stuff. I don't have time to show it, but it's really, really good. I assure you. Maybe one day. So Ocasio-Cortez seeks House post that would make her a top foil to Trump. I agree with this move. I think this is a good move. This is smart. And that's why it's not going to happen. Yeah, they're going to crush her. They're going to crush her. This is the right move. This is the right direction to go in. I don't agree with everything AOC has done. She's absolutely capitulated to the neoliberal establishment. She has not leveraged her political power nearly enough. With all that said, she's the most progressive choice we got in there. She's it. I have such a sinus infection. I want to read all this shit to you. I really do, because it's really important. I can't right now. I'm in a lot of pain actually right now. Every time I speak, it's like my nose is on fire. So anyway, this article is basically though about, you know, she's trying to do it. She's going to go for it. The establishment, put a link in the chat. Yeah, it's right here. The establishment is challenging her, saying, you know, we don't, you know, they say, yeah, so the big argument is that she is so much in the minds of American voters as an example of the left wing of the Democratic Party. Members of the caucus have to decide if it helps or hurts the party's future. I don't know, guys. Might hurt the party if people think that we're even the slightest bit progressive, even the least bit. Shouldn't we go with a corporate neoliberal just as normal? And apparently this guy has like a major health issue. Somewhere in this article, I read the whole thing, but somewhere in this article they point out that this guy has like a heart condition or something. So a neoliberal on death's door. No, you can't be the future of the party. We gotta fall back on what we know. We gotta fall back on what's comfortable. Hey, Lenny, thank you so much for coming by. I do appreciate it. You also take care of yourself and take it easy. Thank you, Lenny. What is interesting, though, about this is Ro Khanna, Representative Ro Khanna of California, said he would support Miss Ocasio-Cortez. And let me tell you something, folks. You're not going to find a bigger enemy of progressivism inside the Democratic Party than Ro Khanna. He hates progressivism. So if he's on the side of AOC, that tells me a few things. Wait, Ro Khanna? Wait a minute. Wait, I'm thinking of someone else. No, wait a minute. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, my God. I'm smearing a man. I'm smearing a man. Hold on. Hold on, Ro Khanna. I'm thinking of a different guy. Yes. Okay, wow. No, I'm smearing a guy. No, well, hold on. I take all that back. Ro Khanna is not an enemy of progressives. I was thinking of Rahm Emanuel. Okay. This is what happens when you do things too fast, folks. I highlighted this because I thought this was about Rahm Emanuel. Rahm Emanuel hates progressives. Rahm Emanuel is an institutional neoliberal, absolutely hates progressives. The bad actors don't even try, you know? They don't even fucking try. Be scared. Be scared. Oh, if we let Ukraine defend itself and attack Russia's cities in the same way that they're attacking Ukraine's cities, there might be nuclear war. Better to give up. Right, guys who care about peace, huh? Fellow leftists? Fellow lefties who are defeatists? We got to let Russia win, right, guys? Aren't you scared of nuclear war? Don't you care about human life like the Russians? I don't have time for those idiots. You get the ban, shut the fuck up. They're not even trying anymore, you know? You won. What are you doing? Running around the internet still trying to make these bad actor arguments. Trump won. You won. You know, a couple years ago, Crimea was on the table. Ukraine taking back Crimea. That shit was a reality. And then Joe Biden squandered it. Now Zelensky is going to be forced to make some really hard decisions. Oh, here's what the phone call is going to sound like, Zio Duke. So, yeah, anyway, you need to give up. You need to give up territory, Zelensky. You just got to give it up. You just got to give it up. You got to give it up. Trump isn't going to see this as, he's not going to see it as an opportunity to win against Russia. He's going to see it as an opportunity to win Putin's favor and get a casino in Moscow. Yeah, exactly, Woke Patriot. That's a great, thank you for pointing that out as well. Yeah, the commentator, you know, because, you know, the assumption is that Ukraine is just a vassal state of the United States, which is totally ridiculous. Oh. God. Colin Zelensky is going to be how they have no choice. Yeah, exactly. Capitulate, capitulate, capitulate. Yeah, Woke Patriot, exactly. And it's all this like, escalate. They're going to escalate. They're going to escalate. It's, yeah, they keep escalating. They've brought in a foreign fucking, a third country. Yeah, they've escalated. Russia. So anyway, yeah, they gave you the article here. So anyway, this is the right move. This is the direction the neoliberal establishment needs to go in. They need to do this, and for that reason is the exact reason why they're not going to do it. The neoliberals are going to crush Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Nancy Pelosi and Hakeem Jeffries are happy to let AOC, speak positively about the establishment, about the neoliberal establishment. Happy to use her as a fundraising tool. When it comes to her being in leadership, they will fight every ounce of strength that they have to destroy her. Why? They don't want to change. They see her as something that is going to, it's going to cost them money. It's going to cost them power and position, right? I don't want to be replaced by a progressive. I don't want the progressives to take over. I want to go in the direction that Joe Manchin went in. I want to make the big bucks. I want to make the buku bucks. I want to do a John Fetterman and take more money from AIPAC than anyone's ever seen. I want the big money. I don't want to be punished for taking big money. Neoliberals, Democrats, so-called liberals, that's how they think. That's how they talk amongst themselves. Oh, I don't want, the guy before me made a lot of money. I want to make a lot of money. You're going to take my, cow, my golden calf away. You're going to take it away before I've milked it. I want a chance to get rich. Nancy Pelosi got rich. So I mentioned John Fetterman, and I had to show you this video. Here he is, this fraud, this fucking fraud who lied to his voters about who he was politically. Just call yourself a Republican. Call yourself a Republican and put on a fucking suit, you slob. You're not working class. You don't represent us. You're a charlatan and a snake. And here he is on the fucking View going along with the right-wing narrative on Hunter Biden. It is objectively true that Hunter Biden was given way more. The entire book was thrown at him. That's a fact. Nobody who commits the crimes that he committed gets the kind of bullshit that he got. That doesn't defend him. That doesn't defend the Biden administration giving him a pardon. This guy needs to admit who he is. He's a Republican, and he needs to put on a suit.
With him about it. What do you say?
Oh, well, I think it's undeniable that the case against Hunter Biden was really politically motivated, but I also think it's true that the trial in New York for Trump that was political as well too. Now,
but it's the same thing. Both sides. This is exactly what a bad actor right-winger does. Someone who wants to delegitimize the system for their own political benefit.
Pardon is appropriate, and I really think collectively, America's confidence in these kinds of institutions have been damaged by these kinds of cases, and we cannot allow these kinds of institutions to be weaponized.
You got some fucking proof of that? Weaponized. Last time I checked, he was in there for very legitimate crimes that he very legitimately did. There's mountains of evidence. Not the kind of trumped up shit that Hunter Biden had to deal with, but real, legit evidence. He screwed over all kinds of people. He raped a woman. Do we have proof? You just get to wave your fucking chubby hands? It was all lawfare? Do you got a fucking lick, a shred of evidence to back any of that up? That it was politicized? God damn. This guy's supposed to be a liberal.
Opponents, and it's very clear both trials were politically motivated and weaponized that on the other side.
They'll say that about the J6 people too, though, right? That's what they're going to say on the other side. That is weaponized also.
I'm not referring to that. I'm talking about the New York trial, and now the Democrats on our side were now. There were some that were gleeful, calling it like now he's a convicted felon and those things, and now for our party we were talking about criminal justice, and we're now talking about second chances, and now all of a sudden now you're like, well, he's a convicted felon and all these things. And now clearly, again, both of those trails.
See, both sides. This is how the bad actors act. Don't pretend like they don't know what's going on. Don't pretend like they don't know what's going on. Both sides. Man, this is how they do it. And they've won. America's just went along with this, man. America's too dumb. This shit works. You don't have to be smart to pick up on the template and repeat, right? Because John Fetterman's not smart. You don't have to be a genius to pick up on this shit. You just have to, you just have to be able to deliver the message with some kind of, confident bravado.
And the trial in New York for Trump, that was politically motivated, and those kinds of charges would have never been brought unless one side could realize that they could weaponize that.
It was, he literally put in the forms, signed, said, my building is larger than what it actually was, or smaller, I guess, in some cases, so he could pay less taxes. So he literally put on the forms incorrect information to bilk out the taxpayer, to screw over the builders or whatever he was trying to do. Mountains of evidence. Both sides. Lawfare. Weaponized. Political. Merrick Garland, he went out of his way to not intervene in any way possible. Just no acknowledgement. He knows what he's doing. He knows what he's ignoring. He knows Joy Behar here, this ditzy idiot, is not, she's pampered and rich, and she doesn't fucking really know what's going on. So he knows he's not going to be challenged. Lying. Right? She just went right along. Oh, I know. That's what she, a little later in the interview. Oh, I know, when he's talking about weaponized trials against Trump. Oh, I know. Yeah, that's what the conventional wisdom is now. Yeah. No evidence of that. So he knows she's not going to do her job. Or maybe this is her job. She needs to get off TV. There you go. That's neoliberals. It's fucking neoliberals. God. They did it. These sons of bitches handed our country over to fascists, the neoliberals. Welcome back, female eunuchs. They did it. So this is pretty interesting. I don't, I'm still unsure. I'm still a little unsure if this is actually going to happen. Pretty interesting, though. It could set a legal precedent that allows the government judicial systems to just close down social media that they don't like. I'm not a fan of TikTok. I think TikTok can be very damaging, especially for young people. I think their algorithm either intentionally or unintentionally benefits right-wing narratives a lot of the time. Even though we have seen some really interesting left-wing activism on the TikTok platform. But here's the thing. Daddy Trump going to save TikTok? Well, the right wing should, if they don't understand it, they're fools, but they should understand that a lot of these social media monopolies, I guess, the organizations, the big dogs, they often benefit right-wing narratives. Welcome back, Gorps, by the way. He's now opposed to the ban. Yeah. If you've ever been, I mean, like you can do the study yourself. It's really easy, create a fresh email, just out of the blue, fartsniffer69@gmail.com. Sign up with a fresh account, try to avoid politics as best you can. Start liking cars and fluffy bunnies. And about 10 minutes into your searching, you'll get an Andrew Tate video. You'll get some slick guy telling you how we're spending too much money on Ukraine and how, we need to avoid World War III by giving up. 5-10 minutes of a Virgin account, and you're inundated. You start getting inundated with right-wing narratives, right-wing talking points. And it feels organic. It doesn't feel overt. It's just like, because the way that you think is like, oh, well, this just means it's very popular. That's why it's, part of this feed. Because it's very popular. Look how many views, the idea, like Americans, a lot of people, not just Americans, a lot of humans haven't really quite figured out how these algorithms can be gamed. It took a long time with reality TV as well. It took a long time for people to realize reality TV completely fake, made up, edited stories, ironic for the name, right? Perfectly curated cooking, puppies, and Palestine content. Fun. Oh, that's a nice sconce. Oh, okay, there's a dead child getting pulled out of the rubble. Oh, look at that. Look at that cute little puppy. Look, drinking some water. Wow. Oh, there's a dead puppy in Palestine. Okay, on to the next one. So anyway, this is interesting, but I mean, if we're, like I said, I'm really more worried about the fact that if this, if they're going to ban TikTok, what else are they going to ban? Twitter gets a break because it's owned by a right winger. Rumble gets a break because it's owned by a right winger. Facebook's kissing the ring. Mark Zuckerberg's having meetings with Donald Trump talking about. See if I have it here. Yeah. Talking about wants to support national renewal. Sieg Heil, right? I need to find time to close my Twitter account, convert everything over to Blue Sky, maybe Mastodon as well, if I can find the time. I don't have time until next year to do social media shit. It's like, who cares? Who fucking cares? So if you kiss the ring, this is what I'm worried about, is that if this is going to be okay, it's basically, and then we have a political party that completely captures our justice system, right? Then what happens? Well, then anything that the president disagrees with is, going to be forced down the same path. That's what I'm worried about. I mean, fuck TikTok. I don't really give a shit. If this gets, it'll just be something else. It'll be TokTik. It'll be literally called TokTik. They'll have to start the process all over again. Once again, I don't have time. Really, really good interview with Bernie Sanders and your boy, Jon Stewart. You love him. You absolutely love him. I know you do. They're all right. They're all right. Oh. All right here. It's all right here. I highly recommend you watch this. It's a very good interview, especially the beginning where they talk about the current reality of the situation with neoliberals. At the same time, Bernie Sanders seemingly still wants to defend this establishment as much as he's willing to criticize it. At the end of the day, he's still willing to come to its rescue too much. Another great article that I'm too sick to read back to you. The basic gist of this article is that this if Donald Trump follows through on his promises, we are very likely to not just enter a new Gilded Age, but this author, Austin Surratt here, postulates that we could be entering a new Dark Age. Well, I guess we'll have to see. I don't like Assad, Darzith. I wish you were here when we covered Syria for 2 hours. But that's not your fault. Good or bad? I think Assad is bad, but it really depends on, are these Islamic, people, are this Islamic group, are they going to actually govern? Here's the thing though about this. So one of the things that's really interesting about this article pointing out is that back in the Gilded Age, the oligarchs that were running the show still accepted science. They actually found science fascinating. They found the Enlightenment to be fascinating. And this author thinks, okay, well, Trump is actually against all that. He's against science. He's against Enlightenment. But yeah, so during the 2024 campaign and transition period, Trump and his cronies have broadcast their determination to entrench within the machinery of the U.S. government, elemental disdain for intellectuals and analysts and experts. They regularly denigrate rationality and elevate superstition, tradition, and hierarchy. I call their program a recipe for the return of the Dark Ages. Yeah, but then we forget COVID. And there's a bunch of other things as well, a bunch of other examples. But yeah, when Trump needs to win an election, when Trump needs to get some money or something, he's happy to lie to the people that, they want total theological control over the government, right? They want a total Christo-fascist government. He's happy to lie to them. But when the rubber actually hits the road, my favorite term for today, when Trump had to actually govern, when the hospitals were starting to bring in portable morgues because they didn't have enough room for all the bodies, when the consequences were legitimate, he leaned on science. He leaned on, what the CDC's recommendation, the recommendation of experts with masking and hand sanitizer and all that. So that's the thing, is that I don't know how far, because he'll lie to the Christians, he'll lie to the evangelicals. You're gonna get everything you want. You're gonna get everything you want. But how much, especially now that that Donald Trump doesn't need the votes of these people, he's either a lame duck or a dictator. Either way, he's not dealing with elections ever again. Right? Anyway. Good article from Salon here. If you want the link, here it is. Doing well. Thank you for your opinions on Syria. Yeah, okay. More stuff. Real quick, before I leave, I wanted to cover 2 stories out of Ukraine real quick. I have to go. I'm actually in a lot of pain right now. I'm more sick than what I thought I was. You know what I mean? So this great article out of here from the BBC talking about Russia's meat grinder tactics bring battlefield success, but what horrendous cost. So this is the one. This is not the only article saying this, but over 2,000 men in a single day. At least one day they recorded over 2,000 Russians dead, and it's just unbelievable how the Ukrainian soldier is able to be as effective, and I see stuff like this and I'm just like, how do you continue to have morale. You know, the whole world right now, it's got to feel like the whole goddamn world wants you to lose, you know, to Putin, to tyranny, to empire. And these guys out here in a ratty Toyota with an antique missile launcher, shooting and scooting, kitted out for the drone battle that they have to fight, right? Because you got the kind of butt pad on here to prevent, you know, maybe protect your balls if you're lucky. You know, Ukraine is so inspiring to me. It really is something else. And it just disgusts me. That's what, you know, one of the main reasons why I'm so angry at Joe Biden. This could have been his W. You know what I mean? Just, you know, it'd been like, well, yeah, he kind of sucked, but he totally kicked Russia's ass. And he did it at a discount. And he did it without killing a single American. This was such a political slam dunk. And the main reason why Ukraine is now totally stuck in a quagmire is because of Joe Biden. And now Trump's going to get in here and I mean, who really knows until he gets there, but we have a pretty good idea. So sorry, folks. I want to do more news. It's only 4 hours of news. Normally I try to get 6 in on Saturday, but I'm actually legitimately sick here. I guess I'm like I said, I'm more sick than I thought I was. But you know, the lesson of today's stream. Don't. This is not doomerism. This is embracing reality so that we know how to change it. The solution has always been the same for us democracies. And if we want to keep democracy, this is the solution. 3 steps. Step 1, inform yourself. You're doing it right now. You're doing the right thing. Step 2, sign up. Find an organization that you agree with, partially or whatever. Put your name down and volunteer. Become an activist, because step 3, you got to put in the work. Signing up isn't enough. If all you want to do is send money, I'll take it, because these institutions need money. Activism requires money. Organizing requires money. Fine. You don't want to get off your ass. You just want to send some money. Okay, I'll take it. But that's it. That's the solution to fixing democracy. Step 1, 2, 3. You don't set out. You're not Martin Luther King. None of us are. Okay? You're not Mahatma Gandhi. None of us are. Okay? That's fine. That's okay. You're not Bernie Sanders. That's okay. You're not AOC. That's okay. You are a citizen in a democracy, and you need to start taking it seriously, or else we lose to the fascists. Might have already. And if we've already lost, then we should go down swinging. Do we really just want to die? Just Trump? Yeah, walking in, I guess I'll take power. Yeah, I guess I'll just uncontested. I'll just take power. Yeah, okay, whatever. That's really what we want. If our destiny is to lose, I'm going to lose fighting. I'm going to lose. I'm going to die standing on my feet. Right? We need that mentality to win. It's a winner's attitude. It's a winner's mentality. It's how we win. With morality, right? Because we know where we're at in terms of our moral compass. We know what is right and wrong. We know what is worth dying for. Right? So anyway, thank you, Zio Duke, for sticking around to the very, very end. Everyone else, I think, bailed. Cats all the way down, thank you as well. Darzith. I don't know if I'm saying that correctly. Darza. Fragwitz, thank you for coming back. It's good to see you. Gorps Inc., thank you. Female Eunuchs. Night Tomb. Tisriel. Zio Duke once again. Woke Patriot. Big props to Woke Patriot, Chem Goblin, and Davey, and everyone else in the Discord. Thank you for the well wishes. Our buddy wasn't able to come through, but thank you, Chem Goblin, all the same, for being a wonderful member of the stream. Lenny, of course, your boy Lenny. Make sure you're liking and subscribing to Lenny, and also Gorps. Your Tubing, big props to Your Tubing. Simply Steve, all you lurkers out there, by the way, thank you, the lurkers. Promethean Rebellion, thank you, Promethean, for coming back. Birdman. Every time I hear Birdman, I don't think of Tony Hawk. I think of the Bling rapper. Remember that Bling rapper, Birdman? He used to hang out with Lil Wayne. Cash Money. Clutch Cargo, thank you again for coming back. Markov, it was good to talk to you, Markov. Thank you again. Oh, my nose hurts. I'm gonna drink some hot liquid. I'm gonna drink some like Theraflu. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm gonna get some Vicks Vapor Rub. I bought some Vicks Vapor Rub for my wife. I'm gonna put some on my chest, dude. Vicks Vapor Rub sounds so good right now. Sir Smoke a Lot, big props to you, Sir Smoke a Lot. Yeah, I need some Vicks Vapor Rub, dude. That's what I'm gonna get. Get that going right now. Night at Tomb, once again, big props to you. Soylent Green is people. Welcome back, Krailazana. Sorry we're leaving. My buddy got COVID again, the fake virus. Yep, it's all fake. Yep, even the left agrees now, right? Oh, doctors, why do they wear masks? Doctors, they're pussies. That's why, because they don't listen to Joe Rogan, and they're a bunch of beta cucks. All the doctors who wear masks. All right, everybody. Peace in that motherfucking Middle East. Glory to the Ukrainian democracy. We got to keep fighting. Welcome to the struggle. It's an everyday thing. It's an everyday thing. Thank you, everybody. It's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle. Change is a lifestyle. Thank you, everybody.